To please rise, and Pastor Aquino is here from Cow Allen Baptist Church and going to do the invocation. Please continue standing for the pledges as well.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Scott, for the honor of bringing the convocation this morning. Let us pray. Gracious and almighty God, we come before you today, acknowledging your sovereignty and seeking your wisdom as we gather in this place of justice and governance. We thank you for the opportunity to serve the people of Nueces County. And we ask you for the guidance in every decision made here today. Grant wisdom and discernment to our leaders, to Judge Scott, and to other public servants, that they may act with integrity and fairness, upholding justice and truth in every matter they consider. May their decisions reflect your righteousness and bring peace and prosperity to our community. We lift up the citizens of this county, asking for your blessing upon them, their families, and their endeavors. Help us all to work together in unity, striving to fulfill the great commandment to love one another as you have loved us. We ask for your protection over those who serve our county and law enforcement, first responders, and all those who work to ensure the safety and well-being of our community. May they carry out their duties with courage, with honor and strength. Lord, as we begin this day, we commit to you, trusting in your guidance and provision. May everything done here today bring glory to your name and benefit to the people we are called to serve. In Jesus' holy, powerful, and precious name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. We have all commissioners present. We are at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County Courtroom. It is 9:05, and I call this meeting to order. I would like to first start off, before we get any further, because we have so many people here and extra people. There has been a lot of confusion and conflict on our budget books. The printing didn't come out correct. There are some mistakes and corrections that need to be made. I would like to, and I have to do this before we can't open the public hearing, but I would like to suggest to my commissioners that we postpone our budget hearing. I'm told by the county attorney that we can move this to the 25th. I'm told also by the auditor's office, if we do so, that we would have all the corrections and the correct budget books to post and given to the commissioners and all of us so that we have time to look over things. By Monday, those would be presented to our offices with the corrections done. I just think this is, and I asked my commissioners for your opinions, I think this is probably the best idea that I have going forward because of the mistakes and the lines that didn't get printed. There's a lot of confusion. Some of the amounts were the same, but the pay scales didn't get printed. We just can't move forward and make a vote on something we say that's going to get corrected. We need those corrections before we make a vote on it. And I would make the motion to move our budget hearing to the 25th.
Second.
Is any other comments or discussion? I'm sorry, Commissioner, did you have something you wanted to say? Yes.
No, just maybe we could kind of actually do the budget and just do what we're going to do. I mean, this is one of the worst budgets I've seen in a long time. You know, it's a mess. You know, it's very confusing and very misleading. So even last night I was communicating back and forth with the audit department 9 o'clock at night. But, you know, I'm just kind of, again, disappointed that we're at this point and we have to do this. But if you don't have a good budget, you can't pass a budget, right? So
if you'll speak in your microphone. I just think we should proceed with
either when yes or no on the budget. I mean, and I know there's a lot of things that are probably missing, Judge, and it shouldn't be. But you know, the court rules that we hold it, and I mean, I'll go along with the court, whatever they're going to do.
I'm not saying it's going to change any of our numbers. I think some of the end final numbers are the same. But there's a lot of confusion for departments as well when like in one, department heads, they're no longer, Workday doesn't list them off separately. They got included in the regular salary. So there's a lot of confusion. People think they don't have a job because their line isn't there anymore. So we needed a little bit more time to, they need a little bit more time to make all the corrections that have come in from each of the departments. Once we have those printed, we will post them for the public as well, and plenty of time, and I think we could make a better decision moving forward. Is it going to change our budget coming forward in the vote? I'm not sure that's going to change, but I think we need facts before we vote on something that we say is going to get corrected.
Excuse me, Judge, I'd like to ask Dale a
Yes.
question. Dale, is this using the new software that you bought?
Software and new staff that we had, and also it had to use both the old software and the new software, and they didn't quite mesh together, so it was a combination of both.
So when you make the corrections, you'll still be using the new software and the old?
With the new corrections, we'll be mainly in the old software to make sure it gets done correctly, but in the future, the new software will work.
And your new staff is properly trained now?
They will be the same, yes.
Thank you.
So I have a question for our county attorney. Ms. Dorsey, this doesn't change all the postings. I mean, we've waited our requisite 30-day notice, all of that we had our hearings, and now we're here to vote. So holding it 2 weeks later, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we're pushing it right up to the end of the fiscal year, but there's nothing statutorily listed. As far as I know, we get a whole calendar at the beginning of the year to show us what the tax calendar is like. So in your opinion, there's nothing that we're not jeopardizing anything by waiting 2 weeks?
Well, Commissioner, I would prefer to advise the court in executive session if you want to withdraw to executive session. This has been a research that's been ongoing for a small amount of time, and we are all in the same boat reacting to the condition of the budget. So I do believe the court is within its authority to do what it's doing, but as far as the intricacies of that, I would prefer to advise an executive.
Do we need to do that now then, or, I mean, we'll have to come back for the rest of the items, but, I mean, if that's something you can only share with the court, I'd rather do that. I mean, this is a pretty big decision just to decide to hold off 2 weeks, so if there's something to share, I think we need to know.
And
Well, I guess I don't really know, without knowing what could possibly be what you're wanting to advise us in executive session on. So without really knowing exactly what that is, you've indicated that at this point we're within our ability legally to do this, and so.
We believe so, Commissioner.
Okay. We've had a very strict policy in regards to having the appropriate backup, the correct backup, those kind of things before we vote on them. And it'd be, and again, it may not change anybody's mind or anybody's vote. It's not about that. It's about making sure that we know what we're voting on. And when I'm still getting communications this morning from elected officials or a department head that are saying, look, my budget's still not right, there's still things missing. I don't know how we can, in good conscience, not put this off at this point. And if the county attorney is advising us that we can legally do it. Now, what I would like to do before we just, table it is to have some direction with that table, Judge, like the numbers will be in by this time. Everybody will have the opportunity to review it so that we don't get stuck like this again, because we literally can't get stuck like this again. And that means everybody, the department heads, the elected officials. So I would like to have some direction added to that motion with some deadlines that everybody can live with and know that we won't be back in this situation again in 2 weeks, because literally we can't be. I mean, we'd be out of time. So can someone articulate what that would be so that we could possibly include that in part of the motion? Like what we
Dale,
know definitively,
do you
hey,
know
this is the
what-
real final, everything will be corrected by this time.
My staff is going through the review right now, getting everything done for the salary side of it. I'm working on the book side of it, make sure all the lines are there. I believe I can have this done by Friday.
This Friday.
This Friday.
And we can have ours by Monday. When do we have to post publicly? Do we have enough time?
We can
The
post it
changes to
today.
this, I mean, is there a deadline? It's already been posted, the bad one.
Right, all we're doing
We
is
would like to
tabling.
post the adjusted one for the public so they have true facts too. Is there a time for that, Teresa?
I could be wrong, but I believe that from the day that the proposed budget is filed, I believe that there's 5 days, that you have 5 days from the day that the proposed budget is filed to adopt the budget. And I also believe that you have to have the public hearing on the tax rate within 5 days of adopting both the tax rate and the budget. But again, I would defer to the county attorney.
Well, yeah, because the public hearing that we had was not within 5 days of today. We had it last. You're
Yes,
saying
it
five-
had 7 days, excuse me, that's 7 days.
So,
So then we might not be able to do this.
We would have to have public hearings again.
Hearing.
Oh,
which that's
Which is easy.
Yes.
easy. Yeah, that's
Okay.
not a
That's
problem.
not-
So I'm not worried about that part. I'm worried about when it can be done by. So if Dale's saying by Friday,
Friday.
then we would have to set a public hearing for the.
but it needs to be reprinted and sent
Yes.
around to our office. So
Yes,
let's
we have to have it
include
on-
that Monday morning. We
Yes.
could have the
Right, that's
corrected
what-
version.
That's correct, yes.
So you need to publish notice in a publication of, big
We did it for
circulation.
these. We did it for these, yes.
Then you
What?
need to publish the proposed budget beforehand.
But we didn't have the budget at
No.
the tax hearing.
Well, not a
first hearing.
specific amount of, the time period, you don't need to do it, like this one was published Saturday of the
2 o'clock.
weekend,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
So that's not gonna be a concern. Once you publish the circulation notice this week and have it within 10 days of that, or after posting for 10 days, then you've already had the public hearing, you can have another one very easily on the same day, on the 25th. And
So you could have a public hearing on the 25th in the morning, do the budget in the afternoon.
just like today.
Just like today.
So then this budget would have to be posted within 7 days, 5 days, whatever in other words, because let's say you're going to get everything in on Friday, then everybody's going to need to review it before we post it again, right? So when, because we only got this budget, what?
Friday, or Saturday.
No,
Saturday.
Saturday
Friday,
afternoon.
Saturday? Or, so
Saturday, it didn't get posted till Saturday.
So obviously, we don't have to post it by Friday. You're saying you can get it done by Friday where everybody can review it?
I believe that
I'm just trying to get clear on
Af-
what we're saying.
after speaking with another supervisor, if we could have till Sunday, just
That's
to
why I
have
said,
review
So
time.
that there are no
And
more,
then-
bring it back,
yes.
yes. That's why I said, y'all finish this weekend, Monday, we will have the corrected version.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so Sunday, you're saying what?
If we can have till Sunday to enter, to verify, to check, to dot our i's and cross our t's.
Sunday is verify with auditor, and then what happens on Monday? I'm
We
just writing
can-
all this down.
We can
We can file it.
file
Email
it.
and
Well, we can print it, provide it to the department heads for review, and then if there is the 5-day, which again, I would have to defer to Ms. Dorsey, but if there is the 5-day, then we would do the 5 days out from the 25th. So that means that we would officially file it on the
20th.
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 Okay, and so Monday is the,
File on the
no,
20th.
16th is Monday? Right, so
So,
you're
yes.
saying it's going to all go to department heads and elected officials on the 16th, and then it's going to be filed
On the 20th.
on the 20th. So for all department heads, elected officials that are listening or not, we'll get that word out too. You've got that period of time to make your corrections, make your changes, make sure it's all right. Then it gets posted and filed on the 20th so that we then get it to be able to review for final review to look at on the 25th. Is that?
And then if you would allow my office like 10 minutes to actually calendar this out and make sure we're saying the right dates
Sure.
to satisfy, they're working on that right now.
Okay, so Judge, I would, at the moment, or I
So
guess,
there's no need to go into executive session then?
I don't,
I don't think so.
I mean, I didn't ask for it.
no. So I would just,
Just ask for clarification, yeah, can we do this or
so I
not?
think this
Yeah.
is a good,
The notices for the paper, do we have to do any of that again?
Yes.
Yes.
and that's what she wants to calendar out, I think is what she's saying.
So can I print the planning calendar so y'all can see the dates in between each step that we have to do?
And the planning calendar also references the statutes, so it'll help Ms.
That's all we
Dorsey.
need, yes.
So, Judge, I'm willing to withdraw my second to your motion to table, or we can defer voting
I'll
on it.
withdraw mine too.
I mean,
Yeah.
or we can defer voting on it till later, whichever you prefer.
Let's get some answers. We may, for those of you that are here for that, it looks like that's not going to go forward, so I apologize for your inconvenience, but let's move forward and we'll come back to this when we get the clarification on those exact dates.
Good. Thank you.
So I'm going to skip forward to item F1, adopt the following resolution in recognition of Dr. Donna Shaver's commitment to sea turtles and the coastal bend community. And Commissioner Chesney, this is yours. Emily's going to read.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Whereas Dr. Donna J. Shaver has dedicated 43 years working with sea turtles, which included her position as Chief of the Division of Sea Turtle Science and Recovery for the National Park Service at Padre Island National Seashore and the Texas Coordinator of the U.S. Sea Turtle Stranding and Salvage Network. Whereas Dr. Shaver led a plethora of sea turtle conservation projects and research in Texas and is internationally known for her leadership in the recovery of the critically endangered Kemp's Ridley sea turtle. She also raised all funding for the sea turtle program since 1993, from no budget to now flourishing with a $1.4 million budget, plus $14.6 million in grants, donations, and project funds. Whereas Dr. Shaver has been awarded numerous recognitions, such as the 2021 Texas Distinguished Scientist at the annual meeting of the Texas Academy of Science, received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the International Sea Turtle Society in 2018, the 2013 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Endangered Species Recovery Champion Award, the Corpus Christi Caller Times 2011 Newsmaker of the Year in 2012, a finalist for the 2020 Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medal, and the ABC World News Tonight's Person of the Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, does hereby recognize Dr. Donna J. Shaver for her unwavering commitment to sea turtles and to the coastal bend community.
Motion.
So moved, Judge. Yes, ma'am.
I'll
Just
second
discussion.
the motion. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign of no, we're not. But you want to start off with your comments?
Judge, yes, I
and
would.
Donna,
and
you want to speak to
I
as
currently
well.
certainly want Dr. Shaver to speak if she is so inclined, and I'll let her make her way back towards that back mic so she can do that if she wants to. Or maybe, you know what, hand her a mic and let her do it up here, because I don't want her to have to be uncomfortable. But I just wanted to start by saying that Dr. Shaver has been a legend in this community for 43 years plus. The work that she's done for that sea turtle program has just been inspiring to all who know. Unfortunately, that program seems to be in some jeopardy around here, and that's very sad. And it's a typical bureaucratic move that's why things sometimes people may complain about local government, but it's a lot easier to get to your local government than it is sometimes your national and federal government and have any impact. And so I'm sorry for that. But today we don't want to shine a light on that. I want to shine a light on you and everything that you've done and the positive contributions you've made for this community. And we're so grateful for that. In my precinct, the things that you have done have been nothing short of miraculous in regards to what you've done. So on behalf of all of the citizens of Nueces County, and not just Nueces County, because hundreds of thousands of people have come to this community to see these sea turtle releases, and that is not an underestimate over 43 years. I can't even imagine what the number it may be in the 7 digits, because of I've been out there several times myself, but it's just amazing to watch the event, and it's amazing to watch the people that show up, that bring their children, and it's just been a generational thing. So thank you on behalf of a very grateful community for everything you've done. We're so appreciative of it and wanted to recognize you today in regards to this. So thank you, Dr. Shaver.
Well, thank you so much to commissioners for this. I appreciate it more than you can ever know, especially now where things have been so difficult for me for 5 years now, trying to hang on to a program. And if you don't mind, I want to get a picture next to this and with all of you.
Yeah, we're going to bring you
We're
up
going to
there.
take a picture?
Yes,
Okay.
We'll bring you up here in just a minute.
I hate to turn my back to anyone, but this project has been done with the assistance of the community. They've been a part of this work every step of the way with now more than 100 volunteers per year from our community. And we couldn't have done it without this participation and this support. And it is a success story that we can all be proud of, working together and making a difference for future generations so that this magnificent species can be part of our local heritage that we can all be proud of. And your grandchildren and great-grandchildren can come here and see nesting turtles, hatchling releases, and know that we all together set a goal and made a difference in trying to secure this future of this species that was almost extirpated from the face of the earth in one human generation. From the year my dad graduated from the Naval Academy in 1947, when the famous film was taken at the Major Nesting Beach, showing an estimated 40,000 turtles nesting in one day, to when I started in Padre Island in 1980 and graduated from Cornell in 1981 and then moved to Texas as fast as I could. I wasn't born here, but I'm a Texan through and through now and have worked to support this community. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for you recognizing me and giving me support to help me keep this fight on for more than just my job, but for a program that is important to our community and to this species for future generations. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it's fine. I just wanted to see the background and a picture of everything.
One, two, three.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Teresa will explain this, I guess, in just a second.
It's amazing.
Okay, Teresa, this timeline that you gave us, or we're not ready to go back to this yet because Jenny's not back. She's still waiting. So I'm going to, I skipped over item D, announcement on disclosure conflicts of interest. Does anyone have those to announce right now? You can always announce when the item comes up on the agenda, so it's not a big deal. There being none, and now I'll move on to public comment. We have some people who have signed up to comment. Judge Warner, you're up first. If you state your name and address, you know the drill, and you have 3 minutes. We can't speak back.
Thank you very much, Judge Scott and Commissioners. I've come here today with the other county court of law judges to address the disparity between the pay of the district court reporters and the county court at law court reporters. I only learned a few months ago that the district court reporters are in pay group 34, whereas the county court at law reporters are in pay group 33. Apparently, they were moved up to that pay group, and the county court of law reporters were left behind. I think that the commissioners and the judge are aware that in this particular county, we have most of the complex and lengthy civil cases being filed in the county courts at law, and certainly they work just as hard, if not harder, than the district court reporters. They also are available to fill in the district courts whenever they are shorthanded and don't have enough court reporters to handle their business. I believe that the Nueces County Personnel Policy Manual does say there should be a practice of similar pay for employees that do similar work. So we would ask that the county court at law reporters pay group be adjusted and they be moved to pay group 34.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant Eric Wood.
Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Eric Wood. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. I've been employed here for 16 years. I've been in public service for almost 30 years. I wanted to bring up our last contract a few years ago. Everybody on the board here indicated to us that they wanted to ensure that law enforcement was paid correctly, but there was a question as to what the correct wage was, so a pay study was brought up that we all agreed that a pay study was going to be done, and then based off that pay study, we would enter our next negotiation. That negotiation comes up in a few months. That pay study is due in a couple months. And my concern is with the proposal to freeze the tax rate, that no matter what that pay study is, there will be no money available to pay us the appropriate rate. And I know y'all are still waiting on the pay study, but I can assure you, because we're about 30% short, and we have been 30% short since COVID, and we are not recruiting anybody because our pay is significantly 30% to 40% less than everybody else around here for what we do. Most starting positions in other agencies exceed what I make as a lieutenant in our agency. That's how big the disparity is. I just wanted to make sure that was brought to everybody's attention for your consideration before you all get to that point where you make that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Mark Villarreal.
Good morning, Judge Scott, other commissioners. My name is Mark Villarreal.
Can you turn the microphone up a little bit? Maybe point it towards you, speak into it. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? My name is Mark Villarreal. I am the president of the Nueces County Sheriff's Officers Association, also a 20-year veteran of the force. I'm here today to ask the commissioners of this court a simple question. Do you support law enforcement in this county or do you not? Long have we been told that this is a pro-law enforcement county. But little has been done to show this. And not only does passing this small increase in the effective tax rate directly affect law enforcement, it affects every county employee, even members of your very own staff. And most importantly, it affects the safety and security of every citizen of Nueces County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rachel? Oh, sorry, I thought you left. Rachel Caballero?
Good morning, elected community representatives. Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. I'm not sure if I need to do that here. I just wanted to thank you guys for honoring Dr. Donna Shaver and her turtle program. I really appreciate the effort of doing that. I am asking you guys, though, to use, I think Commissioner Chesney said that, it's bureaucracy that's happening with the superintendent, Eric Brunneman. I'm asking the 5 of you to please put the pressure on him to not dismantle this program. We elect you guys to be the voice of the community. This is what the community wants. It's not the support for her is unwavering. And, quite frankly, being involved in the political environment, we understand that privatization is trying to come knock on our door the way it is in Florida and other places. And, this is one step in that direction. And we do have the Texas Open Beaches Act to protect us from that. And we're going to continue to fight and advocate for that, just like we're going to continue to fight and advocate for Dr. Donna Shaver and her program. So I implore the 5 of you to please put pressure on Mr. Brunneman to do the right thing. We have repeatedly said we don't want for people to California our Texas, and unfortunately, that is the approach that he has taken. So please, again, if you guys can put some pressure on him to do the right thing, to make her job a little bit easier and allow her to do what she's been doing so fantastically well through the course of her career. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Jan Robertson, you wanted to speak too, please.
Good morning. My name is Jan Robertson. I'm an advocate for the Sea Turtle Program. I spoke in front of the Commissioners Court on November the 21st of 2021.
You didn't sign up, so could you state your name and address, your address for me so I can put it on here?
Sure.
You
Jan
just asked to
Robertson. Physical address?
Yes.
3933 Wagner Lee Drive, Corpus Christi, 78418.
You're good. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, I spoke back in November 17th of 2021, and the Commissioners Court, as a result, which we appreciated, you made a resolution to support the Sea Turtle Program, which we really appreciate. We have been advocating for this program for going on, 4 years, 8 months. And unfortunately, I think we might have lost the battle, but we still are not going to stop. Why I'm here today is basically to bring light to another situation, just like our group said 4 years ago. And I really don't think anybody in our county thought the Sea Turtle Program would be dismantled, but it has been. So I have 2 questions that we have brought up in response to Mr. Brunneman's Corpus Christi City Council meeting on June the 18th of this year, towards 6 hours and 35 minutes, 0.00 seconds. He responds to Dan Suckley, specifically stating that sea turtle hatchling releases are no longer financially sustainable. And toward the end of that, about 5 minutes later, he lays out a timeline for a NEPA study that the park is going to go through with. He lays out a 5-year plan. They're going to stretch it out from 2025 and not inform the public until 2029 or 2030. I find that alarming because of what just happened to us the previous 5 years. In the original review that was written on, actually released to the Caller Times on June 12th of 2020, it states about the NEPA, and it has a 10-year span, the different sections they're going to do. Right now, we're in year 5. And sure enough, the turtle program was dismantled. It'll always be there, but not in the capacity like Donna ran it. Lastly, I need to point out the park said in a Dale Rankin Island Moon article, August the 23rd of 2024, they announced that the program is no longer financially sustainable. That is absolutely false. The records which your clerk just read goes over the budget from 1993 to 2019, and Donna Ray and her staff, through grants and writing proposals, supplemented her budget with $14 million in addition to their base funding. That made the program financially solid. So our question is, from 2020, when Mr. Bruneman became on April the 26th, officially announced as superintendent of Padre Island National Seashore, to June the 18th of 2024, what made the program unsustainable? Why did it fall apart in 4 years? You got to ask yourself. Lack of maintenance. There's 15 vehicles sitting in maintenance that hadn't had oil changes over a year. They're sitting there rusting. That is a misuse and a waste of government taxpayer money. There's multiple other things that I don't really have time to go into, but we would appreciate y'all's attention, maybe to our representatives again, which so far neither party has helped out on that. But
Thank
again,
you.
it's complicated.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you.
Judge, could I ask to bring back F1 so that I can make some comments on that? I wanted to focus on Dr. Shaver, but I would like to go back to F1 if that's okay.
If you want to bring it back, I'm going to have to step out for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make comment on item F1 in relation to what Ms. Robertson just talked about, and to reiterate the peril of this program and the fight that's gone on. That court resolution that I authored back in 21, and we have reached out as a court. I've reached out individually. I know local representatives have reached out, and I will continue to do that. But this falls clearly on the federal government, and I'm going to be sending another letter for I don't know how many times to Representative Cloud in regards to that, because that is something that he can have an effect on, and to say that that is an unsustainable program is just very short-sighted. Mr. Bruneman, I'm surprised, even showed up at the city council meeting, because he never would come to the commissioners court meeting despite being requested to come several times to have meetings in regards to it, and it's been very frustrating to see. I don't think Mr. Bruneman, if he's still in that position, is someone who has the best interest of the coast in mind. He's all about I don't know what he's all about, but I'm just going to say it's been very frustrating to deal with him, and I don't think he's done a good job, and I don't think he's appropriate for that position, because that is a program that is very sustainable because of the fact that literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people come to this community and inject their capital here, and if he wants to do an analysis from a financial standpoint, then I think he's going to lose that one very dramatically as well. So again, I will be reaching back out to Congressman Cloud, because unfortunately Mr. Bruneman doesn't listen to local officials, doesn't care about what local officials' opinions are, never has, never will. It's been an eyesore in this community since he's taken over that position. And at some point, hopefully, someone in the federal government will hear us and do something about it. But I agree completely with what these folks have said today, and I'll be sending something again to Representative Cloud, and hopefully this time he can get involved and do something about it. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Is this something that we can put a motion, put a resolution?
We've got a resolution on file, and I'm just going to attach that resolution. It's still there, and it's very strongly worded. I mean, we can sure put it on again, but the resolution doesn't go away unless we take it away, and it's been there since 21. It's just it was able to be fought off for a while because we did do some good. It's 3 or 4 years, but she's right. They're dismantling it again, and Dr. Shaver, I don't even think has a job there anymore. It's really disheartening, very disheartening, and it's going to change the complexion of how that program runs. It's again, and it's unfortunate that Mr. Bruneman doesn't seem to care. So.
Okay, thank you. We're going to, I think we are ready to go back to our budget discussion. It looks like we are clear to give them till Monday morning to give all the departments and everyone the corrected, clear versions of the budget. And then we will just have to file the corrected budget for the public, and the notice, it's 7 days out. I think we have to do the letter for the budget hearing. I think Peyton just told me that. Is that correct on your timelines? Everybody talked, they've been talking to TAC and everywhere else to make sure that we do it correctly. It will be filed, and we can, in fact, bring this back and have the public hearing on the 25th at the next meeting. That would be the correct way to do it, and that's the way I would ask to table this, with those requirements in there that we receive our corrected versions by Monday to all the departments, elected officials, Commissioners Court, so that we can all have time. And you're only going to have a few days before it gets filed on the 20th, possibly, if it's only 5 days out. Is that going to give us enough time? Because she just said tax
Has
had
to.
7 days. Yeah.
It
So
has to. I mean, everybody should have
when
been.
you get them, please, if you are an elected
Yeah.
official here, look at your budgets, get those, if it's, make sure they're correct, because when we come back, we're going to be moving forward with what is in the book as printed. Okay?
I would second that motion to table with that direction, Judge. And is that specific enough, Lorenzo? Yeah. Okay.
Any other comments or?
Just notice regarding the hearing on the 25th would need to be actually in the paper we're asking for Friday.
Yes.
So that's the only thing.
And we did the last one. We'll do the same notice.
And that would just be added as part of the motion to table correct as
That's
well?
part of the requirements to have it,
Right.
so they know you have to put it in there, so I don't
Just so
think.
that everybody's
yeah.
clear.
And we have, I mean, someone on staff already did all the proper postings, so we have a point of contact that's
Our office
responsible.
does
We
that,
don't have everybody
yes.
pointing
No.
at each other.
Our
Yeah,
office
I
takes
don't want
care
to
of
call out
that.
anybody
Teresa
after
does
we
that,
did, but just to
yes.
say it out loud, but we do have a point of
We're
contact to
putting
handle it.
Teresa on notice, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Same comment. So we are not going to do our budget hearings. We are not going to do the budget this afternoon. So any of you sitting here for that purpose, you're free to go on and work on your budgets. Thank
So-
you.
So, Judge, for the record, we've tabled
The
item
budget
E
and, yes,
items. Hold on, just so that we've got that clear.
the
Item
very last
E,
page, and
where is it? Oh, my gosh.
5A,
There you
B,
go.
C, D, E, F, all the budget. G, H, and I.
There we go, sorry.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All of them, there's a bunch in the back. Moving on, on to our H board appointments, and I'm sorry I have to table these as well. These will not be able to table. I would like to make a motion to table item 1 and 2 because we accidentally put them on knowing that we have 2 members in an election, and our Nueces County Commissioners Court policy says that you cannot appoint boards within 60 days of an election in case those members change, and they should have a voice in the new membership if that seat is going to change. So,
Second, based on court policy.
yes, we have a motion and a second to table item H1 and 2.
Was that for all the boards? I thought, was that for all? of them?
Yeah, we went back and looked. I allowed it on because I thought it was only for the 5 big boards, but we didn't specify. So our policy says all boards, so,
All right.
yes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
And it's indefinitely until we see what happens with.
It has to be till after the election, so we'll just have to put it back on. That's after November. Yeah. Moving on to H2, the consent agenda. Is there anything in the consent agenda that any commissioner wishes to pull for further discussion? Or I will accept a motion to pass the consent agenda.
I would make that motion unless someone has anything to pull.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass the consent agenda. Any other discussion, polling items? Are you done, Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to then our regular agenda. Do we have Jennifer? Yes, okay. Item A1, receive an update on the I-69 Alliance efforts and all related matters. Jennifer Shepard is online, and I believe she has sent in a report to
Yes.
give us. Hello, Jennifer. Thank you for being here
Good.
today.
Oh, Judge Scott, thank you for having me. Commissioners, good morning. And again, thank you for having me. I appreciate very much the opportunity to give you a brief update on I-69, both in terms of the project status as well as what we, the Alliance, are collectively doing with our members. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. What I'm seeing on the screen is kind of our report. I don't know if we can flip to the other document. Otherwise, I can. Let me pause there while you try to find the presentation. I'll do a little bit of introduction. My name is Jennifer Shepard, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Alliance for I-69 Texas. It is a membership-based coalition that has been in existence since the early 90s. I'm very thankful for Nueces County. Your county has been a consistent and very active member of the Alliance, and your region, consisting of the city of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and the port of Corpus Christi, have been very active in terms of leadership within the Alliance over the years. For example, Judge Lloyd Neal served as chairman of the Alliance for a number of years. Charlie Zahn, former chair of the Port of Corpus Christi, was a member of our executive committee. And then Judy Hawley, years ago, also served as an executive committee member, and through that involvement, chaired TxDOT's advisory committee to develop the first implementation plan for I-69. So Nueces County has deep roots in the I-69 Alliance, and we certainly appreciate your ongoing support. We could flip to the next slide, please. I'm going to show a series of 3 quick maps. There is a lot of information in these maps, and I know you all have a long meeting ahead, so I'm going to give you some high-level remarks, and certainly I can answer questions or follow up individually. You see here the map of I-69 in Texas. It is a congressionally designated route. Those areas in yellow are economically disadvantaged counties, and that's important because one of the key justifications for I-69 back in the 90s and persisting to today is to provide connectivity and service to underserved regions. A second persistent justification is for safety, and that is in terms of both congestion mitigation, but also evacuation capacity, and that is something I know you all know far too well in your area. And third, and not least bit, is for the movement of freight. I-69 provides critical multimodal freight infrastructure connections. And so for those reasons, we continue to work on developing the project. The good news is it is congressionally authorized. The bad news is there's no dedicated federal funding for it. So I-69 is being built as a series of upgrades to existing roadways designated by Congress in Texas. And you see those listed as US 77, State Highway 44, 281, 59, and then the I-2 connector in the valley. We are making great progress. We have about 220 miles built and signed as I-69. 40 more miles are complete and awaiting final designation as interstate by the Federal Highway Administration. Next slide, please. This map here is very busy, and the takeaway should be there is a lot going on I-69 in Texas. And this is kind of what we really focus on, is bringing dollars to projects to build I-69. Currently, there's about $3 billion, that's with a B, of projects, I-69 projects, under construction in Texas. And the most recent 10-year plan approved by the Texas Transportation Commission includes over 80 projects totaling over $13 billion, again with a B, over the next 10 years. So as you can see, there are a lot of projects. I think most would admit building an interstate in small increments is not the most efficient way to do it, but it is a necessity due to, frankly, financial constraints. Next slide, please. Drilling down a little bit closer to your portion of the I-69 corridor, a couple high-level updates. TxDOT is currently focused on completing the section of US 77 from Brownsville to I-37. Of course, in Nueces County, I-69 East, which is US 77, is complete, and they are building southward towards Brownsville. Meanwhile, from Brownsville, they're building northward. So that is one area of focus, and I suspect that will be the first leg that is complete on I-69. There's also great focus within the commission, Texas Transportation Commission, to improve Laredo to Houston along 59, and also from Corpus Christi north to Houston of 77 to 59. So that's an area that's seeing increased investment. Finally, on 281, and I mentioned that, I know that is not close proximity to you all, but it is part of the Corpus Christi TxDOT district. And the TxDOT district, Corpus Christi TxDOT district, has the most miles of I-69 amongst all of the 8 TxDOT districts. So additional work needs to be done on 281. We are seeing there that TxDOT is taking an incremental approach. So they've eliminated all the stoplights from George West to McAllen. So that improves the free flow of traffic, but additional upgrades will be planned and constructed in the future. Finally, I'll mention State Highway 44. That was an addition to the initial designation, congressional designation of I-69, but will be critical long-term and strategically for Corpus Christi because it does in fact connect all 3 legs of I-69 to Corpus Christi and the Port of Corpus Christi and the county. Next slide, please. In terms of what we, the Alliance, do, I mentioned at the beginning we are a membership-based organization and we rely upon the financial support of our members. Fortunately, with many members, we can spread that amongst everyone. We work on 3 fronts, federal, state, and then with our TxDOT districts at the local level. From a federal perspective, we consistently are working with them to educate them about the significance of I-69. You know, it's fantastic that it was authorized. We are always looking for an angle to garner federal support for I-69. That may be in terms of legislation to facilitate development, as well as earmarks or grants. And we have been successful in recent years in helping secure funding through the federal government for I-69. At the state level, which admittedly that is where the majority of funding is coming for I-69, because there is no longer a dedicated federal funding source. We work very consistently with the legislature to, again, grow the pot of funding for transportation. The legislature doesn't earmark funding for specific projects, but we work to grow the pot there, and then we're very active with the TxDOT leadership to encourage the maximum amount possible out of that pot of money be allocated to I-69. And I'm pleased to report that over the past several years, we've seen a strong uptick in the number of projects being funded by TxDOT, as well as the amount of funding. And then lastly, our TxDOT districts. We work 12 months out of the year, ongoing basis with those districts on several levels. One is ensuring that the TxDOT districts are always looking for what's the next segment that they need to get through planning in order to position for construction dollars. 2, we're looking at building strong local support. So we engage our board members, our broader membership to communicate to both the TxDOT district as well as the commission about support for I-69. So a community may have a better shot in advancing a small segment of I-69 when it is considered as part of the larger framework of I-69. Finally, I'll mention we also work with our TxDOT districts on groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings. As you saw earlier, there is a lot of activity going on I-69. We want to make sure that that is visible to the communities, and we are marking success as we move forward in developing this project. So again, our goal has been since inception to build a seamless I-69. No community wants just a fragment of an interstate. The purpose is to be connected, and so that is what we are focused on. And we are very, very grateful to Nueces County, again, for your long-standing commitment and leadership in the organization. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Jennifer. We appreciate you coming up with this and being available and accessible today. I know it was just mentioned last court, and you made yourself readily available to give us this update. We greatly appreciate the timeliness of this. Do any of the commissioners have any questions or anything you would like to ask her before? I think we're good. Thank you very much. Great presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Yes. Moving on to item 2, we're going to receive a presentation from McGriff Insurance Services related to the AFLAC agreement. I believe David Hoopert with AFLAC is here, the senior account manager, and Jody Chapman both. Did you wish to speak? Sorry, Mr. Slay.
Yes, so thank you, Judge. So in response to the court's request for AFLAC to come and do a presentation, our senior account manager, Mr. David Hooper, has flown in from Hartford, Connecticut to be with us here today, clarify any concerns and answer any questions that we may have. We have our account executive, Alicia Dominic from McGriff is here as well. She's graciously coming from San Antonio to be with us here today to help answer any additional questions. So without further delay, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Hooper.
Thank you, Judge Scott, Commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm really here to try to answer questions and help in training with the Nueces County team. Anything that we can do to improve the communications, the answers, the timeliness of all that we do for the Nueces County. So thank you first. As far as the presentation goes, it'll be just myself, not Jody.
Oh, okay.
Since we don't have a dial-in number. So I thank you for that. If we go to the slide deck, we'll just go. Here's our offering that we have for the county. We offer both life insurance to county employees as well as short and long-term disability, and then voluntary benefits. These are typically hospital indemnity plans, critical illness, accident policies. So all of those are offered by AFLAC. Next slide. So there's myself and Jody. But Jody's not here. So we'll go next. So when we talk about short-term disability, I think some of the questions that had come up that we were trying to answer had to do with eligibility for folks. So when do people become eligible for the benefits, and then how long can they stay on the benefits? And there was some confusion, especially around the termination of someone's employment and whether or not they could continue on benefit, what we call, if they're being paid, if their employment terminated. And it's very clear in both the contract, and I've cited the pages in which, in our certificate language, those are the legal documents that we offer the county, it's very clear that when somebody is being paid and on benefit, their employment status has no bearing on whether or not we continue to pay a short-term disability and whether or not we transfer them and pay a long-term disability. Okay? So it's a confusing element. I understand, because there's another part to that. If the employment termination occurs before someone is disabled, before they go out on claim, then the benefits eligibility ends at the end of the month. So if somebody was terminated today but injured or ill in October, they would not have the ability to file a claim. But if their claim had occurred September 5th, then they're an active employee on September 5th, that would allow them to be covered and we would pay that claim. And as long as it is what is called medically supported or medically necessary, okay? There were some other questions around the duration of benefits and how long do we pay a claim. So the short-term disability program for Nueces County encompasses a total of 26 weeks worth of payments, okay? Now that doesn't mean that we automatically pay everybody 26 weeks. Right? You might have an injury, maybe it's a broken leg or a broken arm, and you're only out 2 weeks or 3 weeks. That would be the length of time that we pay that benefit, right? So 26 weeks would be the maximum that we could pay before we transfer somebody onto the long-term disability program. Okay? There's some other questions, and we'll clarify in later training this morning with the folks at Nueces. We'll go through what we consider deductible sources of income, right? So what would be some things that we would say, you know, you're already getting paid other sources of income, so therefore we would offset those from the disability payment that we make And we'll clarify more of those. That's all laid out in the certificate. I think pages 15 to 17 lay out all those different items. But one specific question had to do with whether or not payments from the AFLAC hospital indemnity, critical illness, and accident policies, whether or not those would be considered income sources, and they are not. Because those are insurance product payments. Those are considered one-time things. Those are not considered regular income. And so we'll go through all of that with the county. Question?
Yeah, I do.
Sure.
Because you're touching on the thing that we as a court thought, but there was confusion in the presentation to us, and so that's why we kind of wanted you to be here to do this, and I appreciate it. So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly, because this is what we thought. We thought was if someone is on long-term disability because of medical reasons, the general feeling then is if he or she has to retire or is terminated or quits because of health issues, which often happens with a long-term disability, there's no effect on their long-term disability. They keep getting paid as long as they were diagnosed prior to them leaving, which is the logic in all of this that we kept discussing, and we kept getting a different answer. So it's great that you're here to clarify that, because that's why we think we buy this for our employees or get this for our employees, because we want them to have a safeguard in case something happens to where they have to leave the county for medical reasons. And you're saying, and I get there's exceptions for other sources of income and things like that, but in general terms, them leaving the county if they've been diagnosed prior to does not affect their long-term disability or short-term, but really it's the long-term that if someone's having to leave or retire, they're looking at that long-term disability.
And you're correct, and most employers around the country will terminate someone's employment once they are approved onto long-term disability. Right? The presumption is that that person is probably not coming back to work, and therefore they need to free up a spot, they need to free up a job. And so we typically see that. But once that person is on claim, and this is kind of industry standard, once that person is on claim, their employment status then does not have any bearing on future abilities. Now, where the confusion came in, if I can cite a specific example, where the confusion came in has to do with life insurance, right? Because life insurance, there's a particular thing in the life insurance that would have prevented us from doing something that we were already in the process of doing. If a particular employee's employment had been terminated, if they had retired, that would have blown up our ability to pay what we call an accelerated life benefit. That's where you can get an amount of life insurance while you're still living before you pass away, and that's standard in the life insurance industry. But had employment terminated before we paid that, then we were not going to be able to pay that.
But as long as you were able to get that accelerated benefit prior to the departure,
correct,
whatever it is, it's not always, it's departure, whatever. Then they get their accelerated life benefit. Then the departure, whether it's termination, they voluntarily leave, retirement, whatever. Then they also get their long-term benefit.
Correct.
Yep. So
yes.
So as long as,
so it all
respectfully, as long as HR does it right, then there's benefits for employees that are available, and nothing should get them shortchanged on those benefits.
And that's where we would consult, and that's where we'd have conversations and in full, transparency, offer up all of these things. One of the things that we do here at AFLAC and in our division specifically is we look to find ways to get people paid as opposed to hiding behind a contract to find ways to not pay them.
Could you possibly translate that into the homeowners insurance industry? And anyway, just go ahead.
I will not speak for my colleagues on that side of the fence. But those are some of the things that different carriers all do that differently. But from our perspective, we look at it as there's contractual laws and rules and words, and there's administrative systems and what they do, and there's people in what they do. And all three of those things can be saying something different. And we are going to take the approach every single time of assuming positive intent of the other. We're going to make the decision in the benefit of the employee whenever we are faced with that situation. That's good business. That's good PR. That's what we do here at AFLAC.
I have just kind of clarification what I think of hearing you saying. So you have a case when this employee becomes ill, like we have now probably, a couple of employees, I guess. But if they are receiving the benefits, the long-term benefits, and something in the midterm, we kind of say, well, you know what, maybe it's time to retire, right? And the employee retires, what you're saying is she retired, but she still continues to receive that assistance for the next 20 weeks, next 15 weeks?
On the short-term disability, yes, right? But employers rarely, if ever, terminate an employee while they are on short-term disability.
How long is the long-term
The
disability?
long-term disability could go until what they call Social Security normal retirement age.
It's a long time.
It's a long time.
It's a long
It
time.
could be a long time,
Yeah.
right? It could be just age 65. It could be, 5 years, 7 years. So it depends on their date of birth and their age at the time of their disability. All right, so in that instance, again, companies rarely, if ever, terminate an employee when they're on short-term disability. You broke your arm, you're coming back, right? The assumption is, you don't lose your job over that.
Well, I'm talking about the one that's not coming back.
Yep.
Although you keep saying, I might come back, but
But your understanding is
But the
correct.
understanding that
We would continue to pay that claim
Pay
even
the
after
claim.
termination of employment.
And at one point, we said, do we keep paying her? Do we keep paying her anyway while you're paying her? When does ours run out?
So at that point,
Or,
well, that's if you go to the next slide, sorry. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to long-term disability.
I
Sorry.
understand that.
Yeah, so here is where I mentioned that they can be paid up to that Social Security normal retirement age, and that termination of employment has no bearing on that ability to continue. Now, from the county's perspective, for somebody that you do terminate or if they retire, well, then you've got whatever it is that you do for somebody that retires, pension, those kinds of things. Or if it's just a termination,
Yeah.
if they've left employment, then there is no continuing. Okay? There are more slides. I'm happy to work with, the Timothy and the Nueces team on training and education and making sure that we go through all of this. But I'm at your beck and call for timing.
I think you have clarified our biggest question that we have really gone round and round about. So I thank you for that, and I thank you for being available. I'm not sure if there are any other questions, but I know you're going to do some training with our staff as well to help maybe eliminate some of this confusion in the future for us going forward. John, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, they've been really helpful, and
He's on the insurance committee
and
with
so,
me as well.
having you all help us, having that national network, and I know at this point most are all some sort of huge network, but we need it. I mean, we have such a small staff considering the amount of HR staff, considering the amount of staff that we have, and so all the issues that come up with you all being able to help kind of guide us on these specific issues that have kind of come up in general or looking to what if scenarios is extremely helpful. So I just want to give some commentary that I appreciate y'all's work on this and the fact that you came in all the way from Connecticut to make this presentation. So
From the basketball capital of the world, I had to throw that in.
Commissioner Hernandez, do you have anything you want to say?
No, Judge, I didn't realize this gentleman come all the way from Connecticut.
Yes.
Mr. Soleil, thank you for setting all this up, if you did.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for coming and explaining to us how things should be done. And we'll follow up with Timothy.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here, too. Sorry.
I just wanted to add that we've had this benefit effective since 10/1/21, and so we're going to utilize their time, make it valuable to the county and to them by doing some training to my team to make sure everyone's on the same page so we won't have any more confusion going forward. We want to clarify these issues and concerns to make sure that we do it correctly going forward. So thank you for your attention today. Alicia, did you want to say anything? Or?
No, just thank you for your time.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
This is ongoing, or is this a new? We've had them ongoing for the ancillary for quite some time, right? Do we know how many years or?
21,
How many?
he said.
Three? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to item 3, we have receive an update regarding outside entities wishing to continue participation in Nueces County employee self-funded group health programs and services plan for the 2024-25. Discuss, consider, and take action. I know we had this item come up, and it was either misrepresented or wasn't aware in the discussions that the outside entities other than the one that we legally cannot have on our plan had been already paying the full premium on all of their employees. They paid the employer portion and the employee portion. Actually, they just got a premium for all their employees, and how they divvy it up to their employees, whether they paid 10%, 20%, 100%, they paid the whole portion of their employees. That being said, we had voted that we weren't going to do this. We had decided we were going to send them. My office dropped the ball on this. We sent emails that many people did not get the notice, and we've had lots of calls on people. I think we had a meeting with the hospital district. They're willing to even go over and above theirs and meet with us at the end of the year to mitigate if there's any other potential cost at the end of the year to look at. I put this on here because we've had the phone calls and because we failed to send a letter out by mail. We only sent the emails. And I would add my intention, and after talking to the county attorney, we suggested we leave it like it is for this year, except for the one we cannot legally allow, and come back and readdress this. In December, I believe, or January, we are going to readdress the insurance totally anyway. Our policies are everything, so.
Judge, first of all, I don't see any backup on this, and so I'm trying to figure out what we're trying to do today on this. And if we're trying to reverse a vote that we've already made, I certainly would think we need to be refreshed with the backup, because I think we're going backwards on this just because we didn't notify someone. I think the notification was, I don't even remember now what the vote was. If it was to, I think it was to make everybody pay their portion.
Make them pay their full portion.
And then after next year, they went off. So I don't know why we.
And they are paying their full portion is why I brought this up for a vote.
Right, but I don't know what we have to, why we would have, okay, so first of all, there's no backup. That's first of all, and I don't mean to be rude, but I bring this up on everybody else's issues, so I can't bring it up on this one either. I don't have any backup in my agenda, so technically we're supposed to table things that have no backup. But I still think we should. At the same time, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, because what we voted on, I thought, was everybody had to pay their portions this year, and then after this year, everybody was out. Now, I may be wrong, because
didn't have to be brought back up.
So I don't even know that we have to bring this back up.
We can table it. We don't need to bring it up then. Yes.
Right. So I think, but I'm not sure, but I think that was the motion, and the vote was that everybody had to pay both sides, and that we'd go for one more year, risking the claims exposure on that one more year. But then after that, everybody was out. So I think, so again, I would suggest we respectfully table this because there's.
I'll table it. I'll make a motion to table to the 25th to bring it up with more information.
Okay.
If we need to, in the minutes, if it clearly states, but I was working on budget this time and I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to the agenda. So we looked it up. I know I was misunderstanding because I thought the employers were not paying their portion. That's the reason I wanted to make it clear that I had a idea of what they were paying and what they were not. So
it was a claim issue, not just the premium.
It's the claims too. It was. Yeah, we need to go back, and I think it would be better part of Valor is just to table this to get this clear, because I just don't remember exactly, because my big issue was not only the portions, it was the fact that we have non-county employees that we have claims exposure on, because that was clearly articulated, unless that's been changed, that we are responsible for anything over, the claims or the portions of the employer and the employee. That's a humongous exposure for this county for non-county employees. Humongous. So
We will bring it back on the 25th,
And-
if it needs to come back.
Who is, I know we're going to table, but I guess because we haven't.
No, yeah, I don't
Are
know.
we, are we in contact, because I have been personally in contact, I'm sure some of the members of the court have as well, from different entities that are, could be impacted or understood this vote to go one direction, and then actually it's kind of status quo for now. So I would just want to make sure that some of these groups may have already adopted budgets and may have gone out for their own plans. I'm not really sure, but that's kind of what I had briefly been given a few weeks ago. So I'm not sure at what point they're at, and I don't know who would be the contact judge, if you would want Peyton, or just if anyone's reached out to us for us to follow up individually. I know of one or two groups that I can do that with, but that may help us. So I just wanted to bring that up before we table this, because that's another part of this whole.
I think we also brought up the fact that the hospital district was one, probably if anybody, the hospital district would be a partner with us, that wouldn't be considered an outside agency, in the hospital district, and I don't know if they were part of that group. I thought we had kind of said, well, why the hospital district? I mean, they're more like a family, I guess, locked together. So
They're like a subsidiary.
But they're not, y'all. I totally disagree with that. So we need to bring this back. And
Okay.
if I lose, I'm going to lose on that. But I love the hospital district, but they are not. They are an entity on their own. They are a taxing entity. They have taxes. They have more reserves than we do. They have $90 million in reserves. We have $22 million. They are way more better off to take care of their people than we are. And it's ridiculous to think that that's not the case. And
let's talk about the money they have.
But they have $90 million in reserves. We have 20. If
Okay.
we get hit with $1 million claim, how's that going to
We
hit
have
us?
a motion to table and
Second.
bring it back on the 25th. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. This will come back on the 25th as well. Thank you very much. Item number 4, discuss and consider execution of the interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County regarding the developer-initiated tax increment reinvestment zone for the Barisi Village and all related matters.
Did you need to go to executive session first on this?
It would, yes, there are some questions that the court, or there's some decisions the court might need to make today.
It's on my notes if one of you asked to. I need a 5-0 vote to take it to executive, though, today.
There's 2 of those, one for any business discussion.
Number 4 and number 5,
Yes.
both executive. Are you making that motion, Brent? They're your
I'm
items.
just being consistent with what the county attorney's asked for on that, yes.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor in taking this into executive, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, sorry, Commissioner. Any opposed, same sign.
And this was for item 4 and 5, or they?
4 and 5. 3.
4
You know
would be
what?
regarding the business
Hold on.
decisions.
Hold on. 5 does not need to, in my opinion. No. But 4, I was only doing 4, I'm sorry.
Well, we can't vote on 5 until you do 4 anyway, so they're both held, right?
No, yeah, we can. I mean, it's a, Jenny, I don't think there's any reason for 5.
5 doesn't need to be,
Brought into executive?
I don't think so. I think that's just,
The 4 is just deal points. We're not, this is not a revote. This is just
Okay.
deal points. So that's the only thing that she wants to go in executive session on 4. I was only making that on 4.
So to clarify, my second was on item 4 only,
Only 4, yes.
assuming that's the motion.
So all in favor, all of us, this has to be unanimous to take it into executive, item 3A4 into executive. Aye.
Aye.
We were talking about 4?
Only 4. Yeah. Thank you. And then moving on to item 5, discuss and consider approving the application process to nominate 2 qualified candidates for appointment by the City of Corpus Christi for membership on the Reinvestment Zone Board of Directors for the Tax Increment Zone 6.
Judge, on this one, I think I put this one on. I can, but
Yes.
the consideration here, this is a unique TERS in that it is only one neighborhood. It's not even one area outside the neighborhood. And so the request has been made that, on this particular case, that we make this two qualified residents instead of, on the TERS boards, a lot of times we put commissioners or the judge or whatever. On this one, the proposal is to just let residents of that area apply, and they would apply through us like any other board does, but that would be designated to be residents from the neighborhood that is affected by this TERS. So that would be, my motion would be to nominate two qualified residents of the Barisi Village / Faro Valley area to be the board members on this TERS.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
And again, Lorenzo, they would come through the application process just like any other board, and the Commissioners Court would have to appoint them.
Item number 6, discuss and consider approval of the large-scale dune protection permit required for multi-purpose duplex at 106 Mariners Drive.
Guess Scott's let me fly solo today. If you have
Yeah,
questions.
Scott's not here. Thanks for. This is a regular.
Yeah. It's a large scale, but no.
She wants you to speak into the mic, ma'am.
There he goes. Yeah. Yeah, it's 106 Mariners.
Can you pull the microphone down so we can hear you?
so
Sorry, a little bit better.
short.
Kristen.
So, 106 Mariners is a lot that are going to take about 12 to 18 months to develop this large construction project. And they're going to be putting in, I think it's 3 townhomes there. The impact to the dunes will be compensated on site against adjacent dunes. There are 2 other lots right next to this that y'all have seen recently and approved dune permits for, and the compensation lines up with the compensation and impacts that were on those other lots. They've placed the residential development as far landward as they could to reduce impacts. We worked with them to make sure that during construction, when they're placing everything, they'll fence the areas not approved for impact, to keep construction equipment off and keep the slopes and heights to match existing dunes. So that's a pretty solid application for development right there next to a few others going on.
It seems like, we're getting more and more, which is, I guess, a good thing. I want to go back to like my early days when I first got here. My knee-jerk reaction was like, can we or should we? And really, it's kind of more ministerial. The Beach Management Advisory Committee does a lot of work on this. Mm-hmm. They bring it to us. This is more just kind of a review, make sure everything's in place. But there's not really much discretion that's given to the court. Like if we felt, for policy reasons or for whatever other reasons, philosophical reasons, that we shouldn't, there's not much that would limit us from stopping this. It's pretty much, they've met all the requirements.
Board.
Right.
Yeah, BMAC gives recommendations, GLO gives recommendations,
right.
Then it falls to y'all to make a decision. That's why I always put in the letters and information is Scott ultimately does, but the list of what the conditions are for approval, what the TAC language is that they've met or not, and what, for ones that do have dune impacts, we put a lot more language in there about making sure you stay out to meet these sections of the plan and this section of the Texas Administrative Code. So the time it's got to y'all, it's been through several reviews.
And BMAC recommends this as well, right?
Yes,
okay.
this one's being BMAC and GLO recommended.
And the GLO.
I just feel it's important to remind ourselves and remind the public that are watching. I know that coastal development is a hot topic issue, and it's asked a lot, especially around when we have elections and people want to know where people stand on climate change or receding coastlines or I guess the sea levels. Things like that come up. And so, like I said, for me, going back to my early days, that was my first reaction. And then having it get explained to me and then understanding the process, there's a lot of checks and balances, and there's a lot to this. But also, we as a court are kind of removed from those ultimate decisions. I mean, this is based in law, this is based in advisories, this is based on the statutory group that's there with the BMAC, all of those things that kind of fall into place. So it's not only the county. I mean, ultimately, this comes to us at the dais right now to vote on, but it's already gone through all these checks. So
Yeah, and that's why Scott and I come. So if you do have questions about it, we can tell you what has been changed and things throughout there.
BMAC does not have any statutory authority. They're just an advisory committee, and that's all they do. So, but you do have the ultimate authority to decide whether to approve one or not to approve one. Once you get the information, you need to make a decision. And at some point, we missed a grant that we were going for to update the beach management plan. That's a plan that the county has that's been approved by the state that you govern over. And so at some point, we need to update that plan. And some of the things you're touching on could be addressed in that plan. And once it's adopted, your piece is set in there.
Well, I think that that's something that we need to have for a policy discussion once we get past all of these next 2 weeks, really, and start looking, because I think that is important. As much as I love to see growth, and our community on the island is just exploding, and so many people are finding out and realizing how precious of a gem that we have on the coast. We do need to, I feel, have some balance there. And there, we hit a saturation point, right? And these values are incredible. Of these developments, they help our community. They help every entity that has to draw revenue from those properties. But also, like, what's the critical level that we should get? I think that should be part of some long-term discussions, not maybe specifically for this one, right? Because I don't want to point one out and say this is the line that we draw and we make an example of this development, but just like I said, going into the future, something that we should probably plan for, to have discussion once everything, if there's ever a slow time here at the Commissioner's Court, but slower time to talk about this, maybe December or into the new year, so that we can start this discussion, because I think that's going to be important for us to talk about. And I hear little bits and pieces from people in the community. It's not like a pressing issue, but it does come up once in a while. Imagine. So I think it'd be important that we talk about it and just have that as our policy, as our planning, and that's kind of our agenda, what we push for, what we support, or what is that line that we draw literally in the sand on how do we deal with future development, future proposals.
Yeah, I will note that this application and the next one, and any applications we had that were in process after the Tropical Storm Alberto and Hurricane Beryl, A and B. We have the applicants revised their veg lines. We had them go back there and reset then the 350 line mark. And about a year ago, GLO updated their beach management plan. So all applications are updated to meet those requirements. So it is an ongoing update to make sure that even though we develop as needed, that it's done per the TAC requirements and what's in the beach
350, that jogs something. So that's the issue, right? That's something that we don't necessarily have discretion on, right?
Yeah, it's 350 feet landward of the line of vegetation.
No matter what. Okay.
And that's really the important part to note on this, Commissioner Matas, is this is probably the most regulated development we have in Nueces County because of the BMAC, because of the GLO review, because of it coming back to us. So honestly, we need to do this maybe everywhere in the county if we're going to do it just on the coast, because there are tons of safeguards, and unfortunately we haven't seen explosion on the island or in Port Aransas. If you will look at being in the business I'm in, I can tell you that stuff hasn't been going out there, hasn't been moving as fast as we would have thought it might be doing in other coasts. So it really, we anticipate an explosion, but we've anticipated that for about 5 years now.
Well, when you get out there only every few years, like I do,
you see it. It looks like
you don't allow me into your precinct, so
it'd be great to have a workshop.
It looks like growth to me right now.
Oh, there's growth.
As a lifelong resident, from being here and then going in every year or two, getting out there. I mean, I see substantive growth right now. It's all relative, in my opinion. It may not be what industry wants or expects, but I still think that it is, and something just to have when we do hit that point. So I just think it's a conversation that we should have moving forward, especially, I mean, I don't think it's anything for us to address legislatively, but if that issue does come up in the session, I mean, something that we can at least have a mark on that we can weigh in on, send in a resolution, you know, for or against. So I think there's all kinds of ways of why this should be tied into our future discussions, and it's just part of our overall policy. And I agree. I mean, we should have some strict requirements throughout. I mean, there's a lot of issues in the rural part of the county that I can think of that we face. And yeah, without strict regulation, we're facing some problems that are being put on us as commissioners, especially in the western part of the county when you talk about water and septic and everything else. So, no, I'd love to have that as part of a bigger conversation. We don't have to just focus on beach, but I think that should be a big part of it.
I'd love to have a workshop in December with you guys.
I agree.
Because, so you can understand mean high tide line of vegetation, 200, 350, 1,000 foot, you know, understand all those things that come into play. Those kind of things help address your environmental concerns as far as long-term sustainability.
And that's the point I was making is you can go take a piece of property in the county outside the city limits, and you can do whatever you want without regulation. We on the coast have more regulations than anywhere else in the county because you know, that's the reality. We can't do it here. We have to do it this way. The GLO's involved.
Federal funds.
Right. It just doesn't happen in the rest of the county. And so we have more guidelines
and federal
and more restrictions than anywhere else in the county. So that's the, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying I just want to make sure you know, because like I said, you own a piece of property out in, you know, outside the city limits of Corpus Christi in the county, they can do whatever the heck they want on that piece of property, and there's no regulation. We have to go through all these hoops to get this done in a manner that the GLO will approve and the BMAC will be okay with, and we look at, and these things are super scrutinized more than any other development in the county, I think.
Well, I think we're talking about two different things here, Commissioner. You can do whatever you want, but if you, again, like you guys, you got federal money, you got state monies, and when we get grants in the outside areas, we have to comply with those regulations too.
No. If you get a grant, but if you own a piece of property, if you own a piece of property in Nueces County, not in the city limits, you can go dig a well and build a house and build a barn, and nobody has to approve that.
No, so you got to stay with model subdivision rules. You got some rules, believe it or not, a little bit of rules.
Yeah, but that's not.
Recommend approval.
A little bit.
I'll make the motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 7, another large-scale dune permit.
6, Judge. I think we just did 5, right?
No, that was
no.
six.
That was
Sorry.
6.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we're on
6.
7.
My bad.
Yeah, okay.
My bad. I looked at the wrong number.
Discuss and consider approval of large-scale dune protection permit with exemption request for construction of a walkover seawall ward of the 300-foot building setback line required for the proposed construction of 7 habitable structures, 3 condominiums, 1 restaurant, bar, and grill, 1 entrance building, and 1 amenity center, and related matters. That's 6101 State Highway. And did BMAC recommended approval for this as well?
Motion to approve, Judge.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Is it approved? Scott?
Yeah, it wouldn't be here if they didn't. Yes, yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Say
looked
no.
like he was
No, he's
surprised.
sitting there like he
He
didn't
was
want to get up and speak, but it's all, BMAC recommended approval as well, and the GLO, this has done all of the same proper process that it has to go through. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think we already did that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, discuss and consider a revised fee schedule for the medical examiner's office, which implements the cremation filing fee changes in all related matters. And Forrest, you're up. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, Judge. For the record, Forrest Mitchell with the Medical Examiner's Office, Director of Operations. What we've brought to you today is a revised fee schedule, which incorporates a change in the cremation permit application fee, but also requested changes from the County Attorney's Office regarding to the open records request fees as well. and we're asking the Commissioners Court to approve this effective today and moving forward. The purpose of the increased fee is to really make this a meaningful process where the medical examiners under state law and Attorney General opinion are required to make the determination as to whether a cremation can occur. It can't be done by the staff. And as such, since it requires their time and energy, the fee is actually a little bit higher than what we had previously authorized. So we're requesting approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the materials that we presented.
I make a motion. It's
To approve?
To approve,
The fee
I'm sorry.
schedule, yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Second.
We have
and
a
just
motion and a second,
commentary,
so
discussion on
Yes.
just medical examiner's office in general. I get a lot of questions still about medical examiner's office, but I think the overall perception from the community and those observing our community is a very positive one. And so I just wanted to share that because I don't think we get to share that or hear that often enough. And I think people that are just from the outside looking in, they see that we have become more stabilized, I would say, and that you all are just focused on the work that you have at hand. And so that takes, I think, a relief off of us having one less issue to worry about, that we have a very competent staff, a very competent medical examiner. And so I just wanted to pass that along. I've been hearing that from those in the outside, and so I think it was worth sharing because, you, in my opinion, you are doing good work. So I know there's a lot more to help support you all with your facility, and so we'll try to do that. But overall, I mean, the positive that we had with the groundbreaking and then just being able, like I said, to stabilize the staffing there, that's been such a turnaround, I think, in the public's mind that we've done the right things and gotten the right people in place, and that finally we're able just to let you do your work that you've asked to do all along. So thank you.
Commissioner, I very much appreciate those comments and also the support of the entire court. You have really helped us affect the change that was necessary in the department.
I have a question. Are you fully staffed now?
We have one more investigator vacancy that's being filled next week, and then we will be completely staffed.
Very good.
We have 16 positions total, and the next person will be hired next Tuesday.
Thank you.
We have a
So,
motion
I'm gonna-
and a second to
I have a
approve.
question.
Yes,
Just
go
sort of,
ahead.
what is the actual fee? You want to change it from what to what?
The fee currently, I think, is $65, and we're asking to raise it to $90.
To $90?
And our office, every calendar year or every fiscal year, does approximately 2,000 or so cremation permits. It's not an exact number, but I think we're on track to be about 2,100 this fiscal year or this calendar year. So,
Okay, so we're going from 65 to, okay, I just want to know, we're going 65 to 90.
yes, sir. That would be, Commissioner, that would be one of the highest in the state, if not the highest. But again, we're trying to make this a meaningful process and involving all the staff that is necessary. You know, our office detects cases through this process that hadn't been reported to the AMI's office, and so it's really important that we do the work that's necessary.
Okay. All right.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you for
Thank you,
being
Judge.
here.
Judge, can I ask clarification?
Yes, go
So
ahead.
earlier, when we were tabling our budget, we're not required to table the hospital district's budget because theirs is all
It was
correct
because
and ready and
we
posted.
have posted a public hearing. They were both on the public hearing. If you open the public hearing, we have to finish what we start. Today would cause us to have to vote on it.
No, not if we.
That's a brand new question, Commissioner. Can we have some time to look at that?
Yeah, I don't know why we would not be able to go forward with Johnny's budget today. There's no controversy, nothing. We could have a limited public hearing on just his and get his done because he doesn't need to sit here for the rest of the day and next time. And I mean,
Well, this is required to both to be at
well,
the
that's what
same
I'm
time.
right. That's what I'm asking, but I don't.
Was it posted together or individually? It was posted together, so if you open it up, then that
I don't think
forces
that's correct.
ours.
You can separate things. Just because something's posted together doesn't mean you can't, you can.
She just said she posted
Hold on,
it, yeah.
let me, I'm asking the county attorney, my understanding is just because you post something together doesn't mean you can't separate the two and discuss, because they're two completely separate budgets. So I would like an answer to that before we leave today, because I don't think we have to table his. And, I mean, there's no incorrectness, we're not doing anything different than his. So I don't know why we would not be able to go ahead and get his done and let him go on down the road.
The public notice was incorrect.
The public notice was given for 9 o'clock, and now we would be bringing it up at 11. It's like, is that going to be a problem?
It says, no, I mean, because I don't know why I would have to.
It's a Jeannie question.
We've already
Yeah.
had a.
Come
you know,
back.
And plus, we've already had a
if you
public
can find
hearing on
that
it, too.
one out for us as well.
We're working on that. If I could get a copy of the exact notice that was posted in the meantime while they're looking that up, pretty please.
Yes. Moving on our budget, on our regular, not budget, excuse me, on our regular agenda, moving to item number 9, and if we can, that's correct, we could get the hospital district one out of the way, but I was told this morning if we opened it and we did them together that we had to cancel everything together. If we opened it, then it would cause ours to go to the deadline. So please clarify and check. Item number 9, discuss and consider allocating $50,676 of Precinct 4 COs for the Port Aransas Veterans Memorial to be constructed on Nueces County Coastal Parks property, and I believe that's I.B. McGee.
Yes, ma'am, it's in Port Aransas, yes, and they're still working on the exact location, but it will be on Nueces County Coastal Parks property, and there's a community group that's leading the effort. This is just my way, and hopefully the court's way also, by voting for it, of supporting this Veterans Memorial that they want to construct in Nueces County Coastal Parks property land, and I would make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 10, discuss and consider approval and execution of amendment number 1 to work authorization number 4 under the master service agreement between Nueces County and International Consulting Engineers for the ARPA-funded Belk Lane Drainage Improvement Project. Commissioner Gonzalez, that's your item. Do you want to make the motion?
That's my move to pass.
I'll second that, or go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 11, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates. I guess I would just like to point out to anyone who might be listening in or watching, we have moved our budget meeting to the 25th at the regular Commissioners Court agenda. Any other ones that we need to? Anybody have anything else they need to do? Moving on to item B1, discuss and consider authorization and execution of amendment number 3 to the agreement with the Inmate Calling Solutions for inmate telephone services to extend the agreement and make changes to the calculation of the contract continuation payment and related matters. And this is the sheriff's item, and I will make a motion to pass.
Second.
Judge, for
Yes, go
discussion,
ahead.
I'm trying to see if there's anybody online from the sheriff's office. Just, I mean, obviously they're putting up for a renewal, but this was a change that we had before. Was it just a change in provider, or was it a change in technology? Does anybody know that?
There's no cost
I know that this was a
associated.
change, right? And I don't know if it was just a different provider or.
It's inmate telephone services.
Okay.
And it's
This is
a
to
third
approve
of the fourth.
the fourth
Right.
available, so this isn't a change.
Okay, so we've
Yes.
already gone through a
Yes,
few.
uh-huh, yes.
Couldn't recall, I mean, maybe when it was first implemented
Yes.
a few years back, maybe that's what it was, that it was a new provider.
Yeah, this is
But
not the same
it was
one
a
we've
new.
always
I know it was a
had.
new way of kind of calling out. I recall that much. So.
And it made us more money.
Commissioner, it also expires at the end of September.
So this is the third of the fourth. So, I guess the fourth
September the
agreement, the
30th.
fourth agreement, yes.
Excuse me.
So we have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item 2, discuss and consider ratification and approval of modifications to the interlocal agreements with the U.S. Marshals Service. We brought this to court, last court, to pass. It is our agreement with them. It is their per diem is the only thing that changed. As soon as we brought it to court last court, they sent us a message that that number had been changed. So we brought it. It's just a ratification with the correct amounts on the per diem to charge. I make the motion to pass.
Second.
I was going to say, because the date was July.
Yeah, it was brought up, and all it does is go through us. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same. The motion passes. Item C, grants. Number 1, discuss and consider, and Jenny, you will interrupt me when you get that information if we can do.
Well, you'd have to set the tax rate for the hospital district, but everybody who was here this morning, whether they were here for which one we do not know and did not record, they have been sent away. So I think we have a notice problem.
I totally disagree. I can tell you there was no one here for the hospital district except Johnny Hip. He's passing the no new tax rate, and no one was here for the hospital district, and I would represent that, and that's, I mean.
But we don't know that for sure, though.
Well, I do. I know it was here, but if you, I mean, you don't have to agree with me. That's okay. I'm just telling you that there wasn't anybody here but Johnny and whoever Johnny had to talk about.
We asked for legal advice. We got it.
Okay.
Whatever.
But are you still making your motion? Do you still want to bring that up to see how it goes? Or are we just, Johnny, are you okay with coming back on the 25th with us? No. Yes.
Johnny's going to do whatever we tell him to do. He's not going to be.
They need the microphone. Sorry. You're saying all this is doing us no good.
Sorry, Commissioners, I thought I had a stronger voice, but the hospital district can do whatever y'all want to do. We don't want to create any problems for you. Our budget's ready to go. It's been passed. We've given y'all the information. We've provided information in the public hearing. Certainly, if y'all can do it today, we'd like to get it done, but we don't want to create any problems for you.
Yeah, I don't even think we talked about the hospital district when we were talking about postponing any of this stuff. We said anybody, in fact, I think we go back and watch the tape. The judge said anybody that's here for our budget today can go ahead and leave because we're not doing our budget today. So we didn't even, the hospital district didn't even get mentioned this morning when it came to the problems, the issues, or anything of that nature. So I think we're well within our rights to do it, but that's okay. If y'all don't want to, that's okay.
But if it was posted, wouldn't that make a difference?
There's some communication from TAC that I think Peyton wants to present to.
Okay, we will wait just to.
Your chief of staff, there you go.
Moving on to item C1 until we get clarification, and we apologize for the confusion, Mr. Hip.
Judge, you can just send them away. I don't care. I'm just saying I don't think we did. I think we did it wrong. I think you got bad advice. I'm kind of getting tired of everybody getting bad advice around here because we make decisions based on the bad advice that you got, that I've gotten, that everybody's gotten. So I'm frustrated with this process beyond belief. I think we sent them away for no reason, but if that's what we're going to do, then
Amen.
Do it. So just move on.
Okay. He is out. So C1, grants. Discuss and consider approval of submission of application for $10,000 no cash match to the Coastal Bend Community Foundation's annual grant program. And Anna is here. Thank you. Somebody else in the hot seat.
I hope not. I hope everything's good.
Yeah, no cash match. Everything. Is this a regular one we do every year?
Every year, yes.
Make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 2, discuss and consider ratification of the submission of a no-match grant application to the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service for the feral hog abatement program.
Also a regular one.
Also a regular one. We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Item number 3, discuss and consider acceptance of the 2024 Texas Book Festival Collections Enhancement Grant, and the
The
Texas
amount is
Book-
2,500.
The amount is a cash match or just the
Just
grant? It
2,500.
says no cash match.
No
Yes,
cash
okay,
match,
yes.
2,500 in
Perfect.
books.
Yes, so I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion, any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 4, discuss and consider submission of a grant application to the Texas Department of Transportation for the routine airport maintenance program in the amount of $100,000 with a cash match of $11,101.11. This used to be a 50-50 match. They now do a 90-10. This is a great opportunity to eliminate some of our burden with the things, because this grant can be used on almost anything. I would make the motion to pass as well.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I see we have John on, and I know we don't get him on all the time. So, John, do you have anything to add to this?
Ask him to unmute.
I don't know if he's on. He might.
He's on the list. If he is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hopefully, he didn't walk away or anything. Okay. Well, if he's not chiming in, that's fine. Just wanted to give him a chance to get on. All right.
And I know he's probably not paying, didn't anticipate us asking, but I would in here ask them to utilize these funds in the future. I don't think we've really taken advantage of this opportunity, and with the cuts and the budgets coming up potentially, that this would be a good way to eliminate some of the cost. I also would strongly suggest they have an airport meeting of that board that we have appointed, that I hear from many people in my office that they have not met, have not heard from them. So only suggestions I have going forward.
Yes, this grant is for all the maintenance, the runway, the
Yes.
lights, the hangars, AWAS systems. I mean, it's a
Yes.
lot that they provide, and it should be utilized more.
I agree.
Did we do the final vote on that, or we just had a motion and a
Just a
second? Sorry, go
motion, and I
ahead.
had
Yes, I
the
was trying to
discussion,
remind
yeah.
myself.
No, I was going to just chime in and agree with what you all have said already. And I mean, I've heard that from my appointee. I know we have our own. And unfortunately, hopefully, this appointment that had to get tabled because of our policy, hopefully that doesn't impact the quorum, because I know that there were some quorum issues a while back. But, yeah, I mean, the more the better. If we were at 50-50 before, and this is 90-10,
We need to
we're
use
going to be
this.
looking to you
Yeah.
more than
Yes.
ever in
Yeah,
this next
last
year
year
in
they
your
had more
department.
funding, so it went to 90-10. I asked the auditors to budget 50-50 just in case they went
Yeah.
back, and we just found out it's going to continue 90-10. So for at least for this year, let's utilize it as much as possible, because we never know when it's going to go back.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 I would, hold on.
Wait,
I'm an aye, but I would say go back and unaudit. We're going to need the money, so I don't know why we're budgeting it at 50-50 if it's going to be 90-10.
we didn't. We already took it out.
Oh, I thought she
We-
just said she asked the auditor to budget at 50-50.
But in our corrections, when we got the amount
Okay.
as 11, we have already made those changes. So yes, thank you.
They took it away. before
Yes,
we-
and we took others away in our suggestions, so the
Scrounging
budget.
for money up
Yes, yes. So any opposed? I think it was unanimous. We all are for, so. but- Item D1, Public Works. Discuss and consider approval of supplemental agreement number 2 between Nueces County and Govan Development LLC for the Nueces County Courthouse roof replacement and related matters. This is a time extension only, no additional cost. This just keeps him so he can monitor the roof replacement job.
So moved.
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Govan. Oh, John's here now. Sorry.
No.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
What?
Number 1, Public Works.
Yes.
I think I
Who made
seconded.
the motion? It was down here.
Gonzalez?
Gonzalez made the
think I
motion.
seconded.
You seconded it? Or who?
No, I seconded.
Oh, those two on the end. Yes. I heard it from this side, yes.
But we voted
Sorry.
on D1, correct?
D1, yes.
Sure.
Yes. So D2, discuss and consider the approval of a certificate of substantial completion for the Nueces County Veterans and Social Services Renovations Project. And I think that's maybe supposed to be community services, but however we last, I don't care. So you're saying they're going to be through, they're through and under budget and
Yes,
everything's
ma'am.
great?
They're complete. We've got a couple of little small punch list items that they're finishing up. But
I know they're moving in
moving
too,
in.
so we're very happy to have them back over here in the building as well. So I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Same sign.
Judge, I think Mr. Hipp's still here. I think we decided he could leave, right? Because we're not going back to it.
Well, I think you said that we were still waiting on TAC, but if you, I think with the notice that went out and
Still
the
the
public
majority
hearing being
vote.
posted, I think it's pretty much, we would be pushing to go ahead and move forward. Whether there was someone here or not, there might have been one individual that walked out that didn't understand when I said, we're not doing this, and the way I was told, so. We
So-
appreciate your time, and we're going to come back on the 25th.
So Judge and Commissioners, I appreciate the prudence and anything to avoid problems down the road, and we'll certainly be back here in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Let's post these things separately from now on so that we don't have this issue, please, because I've just never even heard of not being able to separate things out just because it's posted like that, so.
And in full disclosure, I believe there was some communication to Peyton that differs, but I'm not.
Err on the side of caution. We have already announced ours, and many people got up and walked out. This was stated it was going to be at 9 o'clock. We're going to have enough problems as it is with this. Let's move forward in respect to the public, and let's just do it the correct way. Thank you. Item E1, purchasing. Discuss and consider rejecting all bids for the Nueces County Courthouse and jail wastewater line replacement, and authorize a purchasing agent to publish a new notice and related matters. Michael Robinson, you are up.
Our budget, holy crap.
Yes, so on this item, we received one bid. The county engineers are requesting to rebid this project. The bid came in pretty high. It's a very complex project, and he'd like to have the court authorize us to publish a new notice with the revised scope that would be within the budget.
And what is the budget?
4 million something, yes, yeah.
So
So-
we're going to revise a scope and get 10 million knocked off of this thing. Oh,
You're going to cut a lot of it.
Seems like
You're going
a
to cut a
real
lot of
good
it out.
use of time. Oh my God.
And we can't there's not a way for us to go out and have like a limit, because we knew when we set this money aside, it was all we had left. There's no way to pick significant projects within the septic system replacement and do a time and material because till it runs out, because we know we're not going to have enough. We know we're not going to be able to do the job.
Right, so that's
Right,
kind of,
so I don't wanna
she's saying it very much nicely than my sarcastic
Sure.
comments, which were, how the heck are we, so,
Sure. Yes.
like, this doesn't even make sense to go back out for bid when it's $10 million difference.
Right, so I don't want to speak too much for Juan and what that plan might actually
Bert's here. Let Bert
look
speak.
like.
Bert, you want to talk to us?
Bert's not going to want to either.
Well, somebody's going to speak. I mean, I don't want to speak either, but
From
come
my
on.
understanding, we've already gotten into discussions with Govan to try to reduce the scope to see what we can do with the budget amount.
Well, but I mean, what about her question? Why can't we do it like Judge asked?
Well, we usually do. We'll pick a scope that we think is going to be under, and then any monies left over, we'll do on a per linear foot cost of, replacing what we can with whatever's left over.
I'd like to just chime in. I mean, this is what it is. When someone goes to bid, and most, if not all, this information is public, public information where you can access, watch a meeting, it puts us in a bind, right? I mean, because it just makes sense. If you're a business person, you're going to go as high as you can. In some cases, more, and that may be just. That's their true best estimate. I'm not saying people are bidding it just to see how much they get, but they know how much it probably will cost, and then they work it down to what reality is and still get it right at that cap. I mean, I can't imagine it's going to be $2 million. It's going to be right at the 4 or maybe shortly under. But my concern is this general comment. We've talked about it for a long time. Once again, there is no downtime for us. But maybe at the end of the year or in the new year, we need to really have a discussion about what do we do with this jail. It is costing us more and more dollars, the millions of dollars with this project alone, plus every other project that's come just while I've been here, could be at least 10%, if not more, of the proposals I've heard. And we haven't had any real discussions, but, you know, I've heard up to $100 million for a new jail, somewhere on this current footprint. So if we're looking at just these bids for improvement over the last few years at 10% at least, if not more, I mean, gosh, we're already 10% there that we've had to absorb in our budget with the funding that we have. We need to seriously have the discussion with the sheriff, with this court, to plan next steps. How do we go out to the community? How do we go and sell the idea? I think people will support it, but it's just, we've talked about this before with other issues, is we keep pouring money into these problems that are never going to truly get corrected, right? I mean, the roof, yeah, I guess you can argue it will be fixed, as opposed to maybe some of the other infrastructure problems that we've had. But it's an aging facility that's antiquated. It goes back to span of control with the officers, that you can have fewer officers in a safer environment controlling more inmates just based on new technology alone. I was driving by the Comal County Jail 2 weekends ago, and you can't even tell. It's like right up there with all the Walmarts and everything else that you could tell. And I pointed it out to my wife and said, look, that's the jail. And she's like, that's the jail? Like, I mean, we've had those discussions. So I just feel that going forward, we got to do this, right? This is just commentary. I get it. But when we're talking numbers this much, at some point, we've got to say, you know what, have we just started paying on it ourselves? Even just on our budget alone, we could pay it off in a matter of 10, 15, 20 years, not even just financing it through a bond or something. So I think we need to remind ourselves that once the smoke clears in the next few months, we need to really engage in this, because we need to do it, but is it worth it long term? I don't think it is. And it costs the county or taxpayers more when we're really trying to talk about reducing the impact to the taxpayers. So,
you know, Commissioner, and I brought this up a lot of times.
Yes.
And I even talked to the sheriff like 3 times, and I told him, Sheriff, it's a bond issue. Let's go to the people, see what they say, you know, and we can move from there. It's not us doing it. Put it up to the people. If they want it, they'll vote for it. If they don't want it, they're not going to vote for it. And then we can't do it. But I said, but I'll support you. I'll back you up. But this is a sheriff issue, too, that he needs to come forward. He's a sheriff, and start working on trying to get something done. I was hoping we could do it this year, but it was too late. So I'm hoping we can look at putting in the bond next year.
The sheriff has been very involved in this. He has done the preliminary work and funded that study himself, the things that we're going to need in order to move forward. So he has had several meetings with,
But, you know, maybe he don't want to talk to me then, because I've asked him several times, you know, here in court too. And I brought up in court, I don't know how many times, about we need a new jail, you know, and it dies there. Nobody wants to talk about it. So, but, you know, it's just, and I approached him. I approached the sheriff, and he can tell you, I went to him several times. I said, Sheriff, we need to really consider a bond election. We need to look at it and see what the people say.
He knows that would be the
only way. If he knows he's working on it, that's fine. All he had to say, we're working on it already. Great. Yes. You know, and he's got my support. I mean,
appreciate that. But I really think on this bid, because of the amount and the things we've said, there's no way, if there's a way to, and I had a meeting with Govan too the other day. He came and talked to me a little bit about it, because I've had 3 phone calls from people too, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this in here. I assume I am, but I'm going to. But there were stipulations that were put in there that some contractors said they would not bid on it because of those things. And, you know, only working from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning, which that's going to be extra cost. That drives up your cost for contractors when you've got to have after hours people working. I know it's going to be loud and it's uncomfortable to have construction, but we also have to be able to work a little bit with them. We can't ask them. We have very little money. We need to keep it to be able to utilize what we have and not incur too many strict restrictions on a company that would like to come in and do the work and
Right.
Yeah.
And so for situations like this, Texas Local Government Code allows the Commissioners Court in 262.027A2 to reject all bids and authorize me to publish a new notice. And in that new notice is when I'll work with Public Works to design a smaller bid that includes that aspect that you brought up about the additional materials. And that'll be part of that process that goes back out. And we'll run it in a quick turnaround. It'll have to be a 2-week notice period because we're running out of time to the end of the year to get this done. But I believe that they feel confident that Govin can reduce the size of the project down to something that is manageable and under the budget. So that's really all we can do at this point, I think, with this particular project. And those are great comments you guys had. I know the sheriff did work on the jail needs assessment, and I believe that assessment came back and did tell us that we really need a new jail. So
I think there's a article in the Caller Times this week, or front page Sunday, I believe is supposed to be. So there's definitely talk, and he is definitely wanting to move forward.
Maybe with all the empty office space around town, we should just lease a place and start, I don't know. I mean, but I'm agreeing with Commissioner Gonzalez. I mean, if we're going to do it, it has to be a bond issue because, I mean, we don't have that kind of, I mean, it's a $100 million deal. I don't know how we're.
We got the annex area, the property.
If you can do it for 100, right.
Put it on the ballot and let people vote.
Yeah, no, it's,
Yes.
So we don't have to do any more studies, right? Because it's obvious that we do need one.
He's already done his study.
That's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
Yes, so that's already been taken care of and he paid for that study as well for us. So, yes.
That's good.
And so for this item, we would just ask the court to approve
Do we
rejecting
already
all
have a
bids.
motion?
And,
I made the motion, I
authorizing.
think, and you seconded, I believe. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Number F1 from the auditor, approve the budget amendment number 13 for the fiscal year 23-24.
Yes, Your Honor, this is budget change order number 13. We're getting close to the end of the fiscal year. Some of these requests are going to be larger. We've gone through each of the requests from the departments, and each of the departments has funds within their departments to move the funds around, so they're not taking these from any other areas, and these are necessary to be done. All the ones for the general fund as well as for road and bridge and in the parks have the funds available to do these transfers. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have, but I'll submit budget change order number 13 for your acceptance.
I make the motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed?
Yeah, oh, well.
Oh, did you have a question, Commissioner?
I have one, Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm just checking on the one that says decrease, 40,500 made. Is that goes along with that one, Dale?
Which page? What are you on?
Is that 13?
Which one?
Or is it separate? The one that says,
F1?
cost center number 12,000, that's separate?
That's the tax office. They have the funds within their departments. Each the increases and decreases are exactly the same for the department. So there's no increase for the department. They're just moving funds within the department.
Yes.
These are all internal
The
transfers.
balances
These are all internal, yes.
turn out the same. They're just transferring within their department.
So there were no transfers at all?
They're within their departments. They're moving money within their budget categories to make sure they have the funds available. They are not taking funds from any other department or any other cost center. No.
Okay. It's the first time I see that. That's what that was it.
Right. Commissioner Hernandez, you had questions?
I was just going to ask Dale, are you sure that this is correct?
Yes, we are.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Item 2, discuss and receive an update on the actual and potential impacts on the general fund for the future. And Lisa, is she going to do this one?
Yes.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Court. Good morning, Judge. Attached, there was an inclusion of lists of additional known and potential, known potential expenses that could be hitting our 9/30/24 balances for the current fiscal year that were not included in our estimated actuals that I wanted to be sure to disclose to Commissioners Court so that everyone is aware and there's no surprises whenever we come back and we request the funding for these items. Starting off at the top, there's a list of known items. There's a long-term receivable from 0103, that's our group health fund. So it's a receivable from the group health to the general fund from the group health, and it's currently at $3.7 million. There's a Department of Labor investigation currently going on. Again, this is potential exposure. We have not been notified.
Lisa, let's go back. All of this potential is good information for us to have for the future, but this 3.7 is not closed out, not finished, and not going to impact next year's budget, like you're saying. So let's just talk about, they can have this information and talk to you later about.
So just the items that are, that we know are going to
that
have?
will impact this year's budget is all. The rest is just future for you to be aware when we're budgeting. We maybe need to start taking care of a few of these things, but they are not closed out. They have not been totally reimbursed. This is not an impact to this year's budget.
Okay, so the items that we know that are going to impact this year's budget, there is a refund for the jail annex generator payable to TDM. We've actually already paid this. It's $116,335. That it was not included in the estimated actuals, and that will be, and it's already actually, I believe, gone out. There is an underpaid salaries that we're going to have to pay that's made up by multiple employees. It's totaling $49,530.90. There are FEMA expenses that we will need to cover, totaling $775,246.30.
We will have to close that out and pay those. I thought those are still being.
Hannah, winter weather Uri, and tropical storm Nicholas are completely closed.
And
they're finalized. So those three items are completely finalized. Yes, ma'am.
So that at the top plus the Department of Labor, whatever amount that is the total impact to this year's budget.
Yes, it's a total of $941,112.20.
Well, you don't have the Department of Labor in that category.
No,
and that
because
will
that's
affect
potential
this.
exposure, and you said to just do what we knew we were going to have.
Okay. Well, we know there's going to be something in that, but we don't know the amount for that yet.
That's correct.
Yes, okay. But it will be in this fiscal year because it impacts payroll in this year.
That's correct.
Yes, okay. And I think this was more just for everyone to have an awareness of what is
That's
going
correct.
to happen. And we can have this with our grants another time. We want to bring it up and have more detail. But this is potential exposure with COVID, with all this. I mean, this is why I complain every time and why I say we have to get paperwork, documentation. We can't send it in for reimbursement. We can't send it in for credit if they've already given us money if we don't have documentation. So we're going to be very strict on documenting and anyone doing the paperwork behind the deal. So
That's
thank you.
correct.
I appreciate it very much. And that was just an update. So
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
I appreciate it, Lisa.
May I be excused?
Yes, thank you. Item G1, Homer, you are here. I was going to table this indefinitely, but I just wanted to let you know that this was the one on discuss and consider creating the mental health and community activities officers. Y'all have been doing this for years as a professional service. We pay that fee out. It gets reimbursed from the state. There is no, I think the HR brought this to you wanting to do this, or did you bring this wanting to bring this to the court? I think we were told legally it can stay the way it is. We did not need to create these employees.
I was given direction and advice from the auditor's office and HR.
Okay.
I would second your motion to table indefinitely.
Well, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll withdraw for a second. I apologize.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if this won't affect our budget, right? I mean, it's not gonna affect us, so why are we tabling it? Why are we not approving it?
Because he already had these, we're not saying don't do these. He has these employees already. He uses them.
But he gets reimbursed.
But he gets reimbursed from the state. It's an invoice. It's a professional services fee.
There's no reason to do this.
It was brought to him that he had to change, and we said, no, you're doing it the
So
legal
whether
way.
we approve it or not, Mr.
They're
Ford,
still going to have those.
It's still gonna
yes.
happen, you're still gonna.
Right.
Yes, these, just to clarify,
Yes.
this is asking for 12 positions. We have currently 11 positions. It would be creating one new part-time position, and this is to target, we've been working with the police to target these kids that have been, we had an increase in UUMVs, or what quote-unquote the Kia boys. We have a really good collaboration with the police, and this particular part-time position would be enhancing supervision. We'd be checking curfews in the evening, and along with this particular position, providing some supervision for programming that we have with this cohort of kids. But that would be the extra position, part-time position to make it 12. We currently have 11 of these positions.
But you
We
can.
were funded, or?
All these are funded through state dollars, with the exception of one. That's the medical assistant, and that is hospital
You
district.
can fund it if you want it, if you need it, you can.
Yes,
fund
sir.
it.
You can
fund it,
still
right?
fund your
Yes.
part-time
I
position.
don't see a
So
problem.
we got into your business that we shouldn't have gotten into. So we're going to back away and let you do what you've been doing.
You got the money, you got the state gonna give it, do it, man.
Thank you.
So I had the motion to table indefinitely.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number
I
two.
just, on that, Judge,
go
if I,
ahead.
that may require some direction from the court to the auditor or HR at some future point, because I think there was some confusion about requiring a certain number of hours and then some steps. So,
That was if they became employees, I thought.
well, that was the beginning of the advice that kind of changed the longstanding practice. And so now there's some stuff that needs to go back to how it was. And the auditor and our HR may need some direction from the court as to whether those restraints that had been
put
placed
on- And they were
can be
put on there
removed.
before we even voted on this? Okay, well, we want
It should
his
be back to
office-
where it was. Whatever it
Yes.
was before, it
Whatever
is
it
now.
was, go back to the way it was.
There's no direction, there's no vote. Please quit getting involved in stuff that we don't need to be involved in. We shouldn't have even had this on the agenda, and we should have never had a discussion. So whatever it was before, it is now. And I mean, there's no direction needed because we haven't
I thought
voted
this
on it.
vote put it back, so they shouldn't have had any restrictions. Whatever he was doing before, let him do.
I don't even have to think we have to vote to put it back.
No. Item number two, discuss and consider Carasoft LinkedIn Learning
Hold on,
buying.
hold on. I think
Oh, go
Homer
ahead.
has something to say.
Homer, I'm sorry, yes.
Excuse me. And I was reminded, there are the four positions that are the community activity officers. They do not fit, they are now, Judge and Commissioners, temporary officers. Those positions do not fit the definition of temporary officers as per the county. Those do have to, in my opinion, those four positions have to be turned into part-time because they do take direction from me, from our supervisors. They've been long-standing positions, but they do not fit the definition of what they've been under, and that has been the temporary officers.
How long
So,
have they been there?
years, Judge, even when you were there.
Homer,
I'm just.
No, I get
I agree.
it, but I don't understand why we're doing, this is,
In the microphone.
On those positions, Commissioner, I do think we probably need to correct it because
They would
clearly,
become county employees then and
They
not
would-
professional services?
because so where's the backup on that shows me this is different than the other folks?
in the, one of the presentation that Mr. Soleil was the definition of a temporary worker in there, and part of that is that a worker that has to come back before the court to be renewed every 90 days. That clearly hasn't been done. But in addition,
these
These are
positions.
basically professional services that you invoice the state and get reimbursed for. They're not really, it's a contractual agreement. It
Well,
is.
then I think you got to put this on separately, because I don't know that I agree with you on those four either. This has been going on this way for years and years and years, and
At least 20 years.
and so now we're going to change it because somebody interprets something a certain way that I'm just not convinced of. So either put it back on as a
Just
separate
those
item,
four.
or those
If it's
four,
just those four, then let's put it
and
back.
show me some proof and that says that, and let me look at that, because that's.
Yeah, me too. I don't know.
The concern, commissioners and judges, that they are supposed to renew a temporary employee every 90 days. That is not happening.
But
And
they're
so-
not county employees.
Sir, they are temporary county employees, yes, but they're only for a term that is approved by the Commissioners Court.
They're
That has to
contract,
be-
they're contract labor. They're not temporary county
employees.
employees.
So are they what? They're not contracts. So-
We pay his temporary salaries instead of him, go up to the microphone.
Okay, then put these back on as a separate item, and they should have been decided. This should have been looked at separately. But
Yes.
this issue that we have before us has been tabled indefinitely. If you've got another issue that's a subsidy of this that someone wants to put on just for these four, and show me legally why we're doing what we're doing or what needs to happen, then that's the difference. But these other ones, to me, weren't even a close call and shouldn't have even been on. That if this one's a closer call, then I think you have every right to put that on as a separate item, but not as part of this one.
So let me see if I can clarify. There's 3 temporary employees that have been paid by payroll.
Hang on
They're
one
not
second. I don't mean to be rude, but we've
Okay.
tabled this indefinitely,
tabled
so we
it.
can't
Just
have any
we'll
more
bring it
discussion
back.
on this.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I don't mean to be rude at all.
That's fine.
We've tabled it.
She just asked me to ask.
I
so
did,
that's fine.
you were
I know.
talking back there, and I didn't know
Yes.
what you were telling him. I needed you to speak in the
Okay,
microphone.
that's fine.
So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, and just put, yeah.
Sorry, thank you very much.
Hijo.
Now, item number 2, discuss and consider Carasoft LinkedIn Learning binding 3-year agreement with Nueces County and related matters. I believe on 5/24/23, HR presented this item for a 6-month, 25-user agreement, and it was stated he would bring it back in to present a $37,000, 1,500-user agreement. I think you've been talking with the auditor's office as well, and somehow we got into a 3-year agreement at $110,000 without coming to court for approval.
So my understanding, and Dale and the auditor's office can chime in, is that the rates that were established were based on a 3-year commitment. However, we never was presented with a contract. I don't believe a contract was ever signed with Carasoft or LinkedIn that bounds us to a condition where we cannot get out of the contract. In fact, I have been discussing this with Carasoft and LinkedIn as recently as this morning and yesterday evening. They are still reviewing the terms of the agreement that we had with them, and are going to get back to me. I think they are in a position where they want to work with us. They don't want to make this a burden to the county, but as was presented to us as a commissioner's court, it was something that we could not bow out of, and that is what I presented to the county attorney when it was brought to my attention. But again, I was working with the county auditor's office. I recommended LinkedIn. I still recommend it. I think it's a great asset that we can use for talent development and education for our county employees. Risk management would like to utilize their services to do some safety training. There is value in the services that they provide. In terms of what number that needs to be, we're not experiencing the usage that we need to be at. I had my team do an analysis. We are only at 129 usages of the 1,500 licenses that we have. But if we make some of this training mandatory, that number will climb. And so with talent development, we could require employees to do some training to improve their performance, improve their understanding of their operations, so
But
there is value in it.
As of now, you have not heard back from them on a negotiated different. Right now, as it stands, they say we have a 3-year contract.
That is correct. However, I have the account executive from Carasoft and LinkedIn reviewing this. They're discussing it with their legal team, and they'll get back to me. I just don't have an answer for the court right now. They hope to have one by the time we met. I made them aware we were meeting today, but no resolution has been reached.
And do you have an email? Do we have anything that shows this was going to automatically renew, or basically they renewed something that didn't come to court for approval? Then I would say we need to turn it over to our county attorney.
I deferred to the county auditor's office in that because they set up the actual agreement with LinkedIn. My understanding was one of the values of it was it could be integrated with Workday. And so that was another benefit that...
I'm not disputing any of the value of anything. I'm
Yes.
disputing we have a contract that we didn't vote on to progress. And if they did it on their end, we need to know. Or if someone else in the auditor's office or your office agreed to a contract that we agreed to 6 months, a trial thing. Look, and we did not agree to a 3-year term, $110,000 contract.
That is correct. The only involvement I had was to present before the Commissioner's Court on the date noted for the initial 25 licenses and for the extension of the 1,500 licenses at a particular price. I signed no contract. I don't have the authority to do that. It would not overstep your responsibility, Your Honor, to do that. And so I signed no commitment.
So if you haven't heard back from them, there's not much we can do on this. And the auditor says they did not sign anything. So I would ask you to turn this over to the county attorney's office then on our behalf. We have a contract that we did not enter into.
And procurement didn't have anything to do with this, Michael?
No, sir.
Can you come to the mic?
Who signed it?
No, sir.
But, I mean, who put it out originally?
HR?
HR?
My recommendation.
Your recommendation?
It was my recommendation.
But-
in terms of the actual setup, that was orchestrated by the county auditor's office.
So we missed that. I mean, normally there's renewals that are built in or whatever, so I guess we'll figure that item
It could have
out. But
automatically
I agree with the
renewed.
judge. I mean, the value, we're all going to, I think most of us would say there is a value. We're sold on that. It's just, should it or how would it have renewed without needing our approval, I guess is the main issue.
Yes.
Okay.
Can
I
we
would just
direct
ask,
you to-
for,
yes.
as a policy and best practice, that agreements be brought to the county attorneys before they are requested to be signed or put on the agenda with enough time to review those. Just as an aside, it was thought in the past that the county didn't have the power to put in the parts of agreements that the county requires and to take out the parts that other people want but the county cannot have. That is not true. We can negotiate with these entities, even large ones, to tell them what we require. And if they want to do business with the county, they're going to do it. In those cases where they won't, we need to be able to know that in advance to be able to advise the court on what the risks are, if any, of accepting a clause that you may not want to do. But I cannot stress enough that it, in this season of budget and the season of trying to get things through quickly, I think people often forget that there is an important step to that review, and this is one big instance where we could have prevented this.
And you have my full cooperation, Jenny, with your office in working together to bring things to your attention before the judge
So I'm
signs it.
assuming what she says is this didn't go to her office before this 6-month agreement even.
I understand, and I'm not
So-
sure what actually transpired from implementation of actually Carosoft and LinkedIn. I just know I recommended it. I didn't
Okay.
sign anything to get it onboarded, other than come to the court and ask for it to be blessed, and it was initially. But as far as going forward, I think where we can work with LinkedIn and Carosoft is the pricing part. The concern came when we looked at and this is where the 3-year comes into play. They modeled their pricing based on a number of licenses and a longer term. And so we were able to get a lower value, a lower cost to the county based on that.
So you had been in negotiations with them about
I did
these.
not. No, that was the
Who
county
had-
auditor's office.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to, someone was communicating with them to get
Yes.
us these numbers or something, yes, okay. Well, I'm going to turn it over to our county attorney to see how we proceed forward and what prices and any contract changes or any negotiation that goes forward will be done through her office before.
Agreed.
Okay?
Thank you.
Is there any other motion that we need on that item? Yeah.
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, thank you. I think we are ready to go to executive. I'm sorry.
So what are we doing on this
Table,
one?
hold,
Are you,
what?
I turned it over to the county attorney to investigate more and find out. We'll have to bring it back.
so you're just
Hold
going
the table.
do we need to table it then?
We can table it. I'm not sure when we're going to bring it back because nobody is saying who did the negotiations. We
Okay, well,
need to
so-
find out how far we are on it. So
Could make a motion
table
that-
indefinitely.
Well, no, because
No, you
that kills
gotta
it.
come
You
back.
would table it when you and the county attorney are ready to bring it back.
Yeah, well, that's, I assume, I just didn't want to put
Well,
a
it
date
definitely
because we're
kinda
not
means it's
sure.
dead.
Okay.
Judge,
much.
excuse me, year one of the 3-year agreement has been paid already. So it's the following 2 years of the
So
2-year.
in that payment, we may have inadvertently done the agreement if we did the year one payment.
Year one payment has been paid.
That may be, that's why the contract needed to go through the county attorney. And we will bring this back after the county attorney and I get together. We'll probably not be on the, if it needs to be, it'll be on the
October.
25th, but 1st of October, let's say, the first meeting in October.
So,
Would that
Judge,
give you time, Jenny?
I think the concern is that the contract renews or the agreement renews on October 1st. Am I correct on that, Teresa? We paid for 1 year. If we don't pay for subsequent years, we run the risk of it interruption in service.
We'll put it on the 25th if it has to go earlier, but otherwise it will be on the 1st October meeting. We'll look at that first, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are ready to go into executive, I assume. Anybody want to stop me? What? Oh, a motion to table, sorry. We had so much discussion, I thought it was.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we will bring this back. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Going into executive session, public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. We did the 5-0 vote for the Barisi Village, so we can bring 3A4 is coming into executive, discuss and consider execution of the interlocal agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Nueces County regarding a developer-initiated tax increment reinvestment zone number 6, Barisi Village, and all related matters, 551.071.
If you're doing it per the vote that you had 5-0, it'll be
551.071, yes.
0725.
0725, I have
believe so.
551 on my notes from there.
551,
0725
yeah, 5510725.
or 0725, that's good.
I could be saying that wrong. Am I saying that wrong?
And the top of my notes from Peyton, from you, it says 551.071, but 0725 is the correct notice.
Let me make sure, Judge.
Thank you. Item A, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to the July 18th, 2024 claim of Rudolfo Cesar Garcia and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. Item B, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to the July 19th, 2024 claim of Monica Ibarra and related matters, 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session. If needed, item C, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to cause number 2022 CCV 61163-3 Manuel Mata versus Nueces County in the County Court at Law Number 3 of Nueces County and related matters, 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session. And then item 3A4 is notice 0725?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, 551.0725. It is 11:30. Oh, wait, item D. I almost missed one. Consult with the county attorney on legal matters relating to the 2019 DCV 54-4 John Scott Fleming versus Nueces County in the 214th District Court of Nueces County and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. It is 11:38, and we are going to executive. Thank you. On, Connie?
Yes, ma'am.
It is 12:52, and we are back from executive session, back into session. Moving on executive 4A, I believe we have a motion, Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, Judge, we voted to deny July 18, 2024 claim for Rodolfo Casas Garcia.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And item B, would you do that one too, Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, Judge, I also denied the, put my glasses on.
Monica Ibarra.
Yes, denied the motion July 19, 2024 claim of Monica Ibarra.
I'll second that motion as well. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item 4C on the, go ahead, Commissioner Modas, I'm so sorry.
Yes, Judge. Make a motion to approve a settlement in the amount of $50,000 in cause number 2022 CCB-61163-3, Manuel Mota et al. Versus Nueces County et al. In the County Court at Law number 3 of Nueces County, Texas, and allow the county judge to sign the related agreement and direct the clerk and the auditor's office to expedite payment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to executive item from 3A4, Commissioner Chesney.
Did we not, we're passing on D?
There wasn't a motion.
Okay. Just
There is
making
no
sure.
motion on.
Yes, Judge, would have a motion to accept the final version of the interlocal agreement to include using the appraised value of the Nueces County Appraisal District subject to an acceptable force majeure clause by the county attorney. Said clause was not provided by the developer until after the last large group meeting that we had to rectify this matter. That would be my motion.
We have a motion. I will second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. That concludes our business for today. I would like to, before we start our adjournment in memory of, I didn't start out this morning and failed to do so, a moment of silence for the 9/11. And we all will never forget 9/11, and we remember each and every one of them and their families and the impact this had on us as a nation as a whole. So if I could have just a moment of silence for that, please. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any adjournments in memory of? I have two. If anyone's not ready, I'll start mine. I have Danny Robert Alexander, 73, of Corpus Christi, Texas, passed away on August 26, 2024, with his family by his side. The son of E.M. Dude Alexander and Mary Frances Jones. He was born on August the 12th, 1951, in Carrizo Springs, Texas. He graduated from Roy Miller High School in 1969, where he excelled in many sports, such as football and baseball. One of his favorite stories to tell was about the time he hit a home run over the lights. He then attended Cisco Junior College in Cisco, Texas, where he played football. The hardworking attitude he portrayed while playing sports was also present in his business life. Danny started his first company, Alexander Dragline, in 1974. He continued in the crane business with CC Crane in 1980 and Gulf Coast Crane Services in 2006. Danny was a God-fearing man who loved his family. His true passions were his hobbies. He loved everything from cranes, trains, boats, and automobiles. He would spend his time hunting and fishing, sharpening his knives, and supporting his grandkids at every one of their sporting events. Danny was a beloved father, brother, grandfather, husband, and a friend who will be missed by many. His unique humor and hard-working personality were what made him who he was. His fighting spirit lasted to the end. Danny has made an impact on many people's lives, and he will forever be missed. We send our condolences to Linda and the kids on the passing of her husband and father and grandfather, for dear friends of our families. The second one I have today is a true tragedy as well. Liam Daniel Benavides. On September the 2nd, 2024, Liam Daniel Benavides went home to be with our Lord and Savior. He was born on October the 8th, 2009 in Corpus Christi, Texas, to his parents, Daniel Noel Benavides and Megan Raquel Esquivel Benavides. Liam will forever be remembered and loved by his parents and his three younger brothers, Luke Paul Benavides, Jonathan Salvador Benavides, and Charlie Jeremiah Benavides. Liam was cherished by his grandparents, Salvador and Rachel Esquivel, and Huberto and Sista Benavides, and deeply loved by countless family and friends. Liam was a freshman at Toloso Midway High School. He was an amazing actor, musician, and most importantly, a devout follower of Christ. He was a speech and debate state champion, an accomplished percussionist, being the only 8th grader to be in the Toloso Midway High School marching band and the only freshman to make it to the snare line. He also played in the jazz band and was a guitarist for Los Guerreros, his middle school mariachi band. He led many roles in various plays for theater at his school. He was also a junior usher at his church. Liam's dedication, positivity, and contagious smile were impossible to ignore. He made a lasting impact on the Toloso Midway ISD, his home church, New Life at the Cross, and his community. He became known for carrying his Bible to school every day, asking classmates how their day was, and then reading scriptures to them. He was unapologetic in his faith. He lived by the quote, "I'm just a nobody trying to tell everybody about somebody who can save anybody." We believe Liam was only meant to be in our lives for 14 years. While this will always be hard to accept, we know that our boy was so special that God needed him to come home. His dream was for all of his family and friends to know the one true God, whom he is now in the presence of. Like our boy, live like our boy, live like Liam, because to live like Liam was to live like Christ. A celebration of Liam's life will be held at New Life at the Cross this Friday, September the 13th, 2024, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., with a prayer service to be held at 7 p.m. that same evening at New Life at the Cross Church, located at 4176 FM 624, Robstown, Texas. Funeral service will take place at 10 a.m. on Saturday, September the 14th, at New Life at the Cross, with an interment to follow at Memorial Park Cemetery. And our thoughts and prayers and condolences go out to the Benavides family and the whole church family and the youth at Toloso Midway on the loss of such a young life. Yes. Are there any others?
Just to add to that, I was at the TM Ray football game last week where they honored Liam, and this impacts Toloso Midway and the Robstown community. There were families that were impacted by this, that were involved in the accident from both communities, from both schools, and so my condolences as well to him and his family.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners? If not, then it is 1 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Please do.